What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it?
Spot a pussy nigga I don't like. Walk up on his ass, take flight. All my niggas gon' fight. Nothing to her when we see you on sight. Check it. Pussy nigga die every time I bless him. To the other side, recognize my message. Disrespect and see the king, chat time my peasant. Black as I get his ass out of my prison. Full of automatic chopper, they shootin' them. Hustle gang, you know you don't wanna fool with them. All the sharks in the water, they cool with them. Yo, pussy ass never in the mood to swim. Break to a nigga face in 3 days. Move more gas than the BP. Nigga better pay hammer when you see me. I'ma send the chief to your TP. Keep me 3 or 4 bitches in the back, they roll backwood. By the pack, by the back, they blowin'. Hey, 2015 Cadillac, she stole it, and we ain't going home till we see a break down. Nigga,
Ghost walked in the party, grab your way, shawty. I know you feeling sorry. What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it?
All right, welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. I'm your host, Seduction Doll, aka Lady Che, aka Brandy Marie Majors. And this is kind of like an impromptu thing. Today, in the city of Denver, we have a new mayor. He's getting inaugurated, and that fucking place is jam packed. And so, I think Jesse went down there. However, we're gonna start sharing it right now, so y'all can see it, and we can have a little dialogue. I'm probably gonna go off camera for a few minutes. So I wasn't quite ready, and these fucking glasses are weird. I don't know. Just thought they were the shit. I just go like, fucking glasses are weird, and I'm not feeling them. I think you just want me to look like a fucking alien or something. I don't know. Well, anyway, they just feel weird. I don't feel like me. So anyway, let's get to it. So it's not a big secret how we feel about this dude. So let's get to it. One second. Okay.
Signaling to us that less.
Just doing a whole bunch of talking and shit. So we'll see.
An orderly transfer of power from one administration to the new. What a concept. These are the conventions that hold our systems of government together, and we must be true to them always, no matter the level of government they're taking place. So with that, it is really my honor, great honor and privilege to pass the baton. We're here today to celebrate our new mayor, Mike Johnston. This is someone who I've been proud to call my friend, my good friend, my thought partner, my colleague for over 20 years now.
But I'm gonna
Mayor
get ready and I'll have dialogue.
This office
I'm going off camera, but I'm right here.
Trust.
So I'm just
through your years of service to Denver, you have earned that trust and the confidence of the people you will serve in your full capacity. I wish you the very best of luck. And I want you to know that I am rooting for you and your administration to succeed on behalf of the people of this great city.
So
now go out there and do great things.
Right here.
Thank all of you, and may God bless you and cover you every day of your life. Take care.
I'm glad Michael has he left like he left it like he left the fucking train wreck behind the train wreck. You know what I mean? Well, good riddance, good boy. Cool. That's that for now. Don't come back.
Thank you so much, Mayor Hancock. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for your 2023 elected officials to be sworn into office. In addition, for the first time in over 50 years, Denver Clerk and Recorder Paul Lopez has printed and bound a copy of the city charter for each incoming city elected official. Upon taking their oath of office, each elected official will be presented with a copy of the city charter. The clerk's office has also translated the charter into Spanish and has made it available for the first time ever on the city's website. Presiding Judge Nicole Rodarte will now come forward to administer the oaths of office. And first to be sworn in today, Councilwoman Amanda P. Sandoval, representing District 1. Councilman Kevin Flynn, representing District 2. And Councilwoman Jamie Torres, representing District 3.
See how practical it is? That nobody believed me.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
We just had a whole functional dialogue, but I was like, cuz it is back. It's not ADA accessible. There's no way I can get in and out of that bitch. I hate you fucking white people.
And of the state of Colorado.
I don't believe me.
And the charter and ordinance
so adamant.
of the city and county.
I was like, just look at the team. So adamant. So last thing I needed was to hit any of them, you know what I mean?
The duties of the office of city council. Of the city and county of Denver. To which I have been appointed. And upon which I am about to enter. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Next up to take the oath, Councilwoman Diana Romero Campbell, representing District 4. Councilwoman Amanda Sawyer, representing District 5.
Oh no, go for it.
Councilman Paul Cashman, representing District 6. And Councilwoman Flor Alvidrez, representing District 7.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Flora Alvidrez,
Do solemnly swear or affirm.
do solemnly swear or affirm
That I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States.
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States
And of the state of Colorado.
and of the state of Colorado,
And the charter and ordinances of the city and county of Denver.
and the charter and ordinances of the city and county of Denver,
And that I will faithfully perform.
and that I will faithfully perform
The duties of the office of city council.
the duties of the office of city council
Of the city and county of Denver.
of the city and county of Denver,
To which I have been appointed.
to which I have been appointed,
And upon which I'm about to enter.
and upon which I am about to enter.
Oh boy, haircut is whoa, like whoa.
Next up to take the oath, Councilwoman Chantal Lewis, representing District 8. Councilman Darrell Watson, representing District 9. And Councilman Chris Hines, representing District 10.
You got it there. I know that. I have no fucking idea how you got it there. Look how packed that shit is.
Right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Darrell Watson,
Do solemnly swear or affirm.
do solemnly
Hey,
swear
Chantel. Shit.
That I will support the Constitution.
Chantel got her
and
vote,
laws
not
of the United
not the dude next to us. That dude is married to a white man, and no, he did not get the black
the
vote.
state of Colorado,
And the charter and ordinances of the city and county of Denver.
charter and ordinances of the city and county of Denver,
And that I will faithfully perform.
and I will faithfully perform
the duties
Can't
of
say
the
anything
office of
was
City
fixed or
Council
rigged.
the
It
duties
wouldn't
of
be
the
that way.
office of City Council,
'Cause
of the
there's no
City and
fucking
County of
way
Denver,
in
the
God's
city
spirit
and county
they
of
would have
Denver,
let this
to which I have
really
been
fucking
appointed
to which
first
I
off
have been
once they
appointed,
felt like
and
some
upon
sort of
which I'm
like
about to enter.
and upon
not
which I'm
believe it.
about to
I
enter.
don't know. I just don't believe it.
Awesome.
Sit down, Sarah. Sit down. What? Sarah's called look in here. Fucking cloudy, but so what? Yes.
Next up to take the oath, Councilwoman Stacy Gilmore, representing District 11. Councilwoman at large, Serena Gonzalez Gutierrez. And Councilwoman at large, Sarah Parody.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Sarah Parody,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will support the
Put it
Constitution
together.
and the laws of the United States
that I will support the Constitution and the laws of the United States
and of the state of Colorado
and of the state of Colorado
and the charter and ordinances of the city and county of Denver,
and the charter and ordinances of the city and county of Denver,
and that I will faithfully perform
and that I will faithfully perform
the duties of the office of City Council
the duties of the office of City Council
of the city and county of Denver,
of the city and county of Denver,
to which I have been appointed
to which I have been appointed
and upon which I'm about to enter.
and upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
No, you're the most strong money over there.
Join me in welcoming your new Denver City Council.
Look at that.
And now to take the oath, Denver's Auditor, Timothy O'Brien.
That's a goddamn shame.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Timothy M. O'Brien,
I, Timothy Michael O'Brien,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of the state of Colorado
and of the state of Colorado
and the charter and ordinances of the city and county of
and
Denver,
the charter and ordinances of the city and county of Denver,
and that I will faithfully perform
and I will faithfully perform
the duties of the office of auditor
the duties of the office
I would have liked to
of
see
the city and county of Denver,
him be changed out.
to which
Because I
I have been
felt like
appointed
the
which I
auditing,
have been appointed,
he was
and
doing a
upon which
shit
I am
ass
about to
job,
enter.
that's for sure.
upon which I
He
am
sure as hell wasn't enforcing anything.
And now to take his oath, Denver Clerk and Recorder, Paul Lopez.
Fuck you, Paul Lopez.
Please
I,
raise your right
Paul
hand and
Lopez.
repeat after
Paul
me.
Lopez is corrupt.
I, Paul D. Lopez,
I, Paul D. Lopez,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of the state of Colorado
and of the state of Colorado
and the and the charter and ordinances of
and the charter and ordinances
the city and county of Denver,
of the city and county of Denver,
and that I will faithfully perform
and I will faithfully perform
the duties of the office of clerk and recorder
the duties of the office of clerk and recorder
of the city and county of Denver,
of the city and county of Denver,
to which I have been appointed
to which I have been appointed,
and to
I
and
like that.
upon which I am about to enter.
and upon which I am about to enter.
And finally, to take his oath as Denver's 46th mayor, Mike Johnston.
raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Mike Johnston,
I, Mike Johnston,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of the state of Colorado
and of the state of Colorado
and the charter and ordinances of the city and county of Denver,
and the charter and ordinances of the city and county of Denver,
and that I will faithfully perform
and that I will faithfully perform
the duties of the office of mayor
the duties of the office of mayor
of the city and county of Denver,
of the city and county of Denver,
to which I have been elected
to which I have been elected
and upon which I'm about to enter.
and upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Keep that round of applause going for our new elected officials and Mayor Mike Johnston. It is now my honor to welcome Colorado Poet Laureate and Northsider, Bobby Lefebvre.
Let us say that this moment right now is all there is. And if this moment right now is all there is, let us fashion from it something marvelous. Let us drink from its mouth until we become intoxicated. Let us stumble into the euphoria and ecstasy of the now. The mundane is an enemy of the magical. Humdrum, a murderer of the mystical. So let us imagine. Let us build. Let us peer into the future unafraid. The future, where roots in imagination converge to usher in new things. For what is a city but the people? What is progress but the populace thriving? What is hope but fortitude embodied? Dream with us a new Denver, one we have yet to see but long for, where multiformity is more than a metaphor and no need goes unmet. A revolving world refuses stagnation, and so should we. A new city is possible. A new city is here, all around us, living and breathing. The present is now. The future is extraordinary. Can you see it? The vision, can you hear it? The sweet bells of justice ringing righteously in the distance, faith convincing us to listen to what we hunger to one day see. Let us run with hope and abandon in the direction of the chimes, traverse an urban landscape that has made winners of some and bullseyes of others. Unprecedented times require unprecedented actions. Hope is a beacon beaconing us. Join us at the intersection of empathy and innovation, where yesterday and tomorrow rendezvous. Are you working? What are you working toward? What song does your heart sing when it is at peace? Are you leading with love? Are you transmuting fear into fire? Are we ready to reconcile? Bold enough to repair? Brave enough to admit? What do we know of accountability? Can we deploy radical imagination? Etymology, radical comes from root. Imagination, to picture oneself. Can you picture yourself grasping onto the roots of new ways? Is your recognition lucid? Are you grounded? What is our foundation? How do we view transformation? Do you believe in what you cannot see? Do you see what you cannot touch? Can you dance in the space between reality and reason? Can the unreal become real? Are you comfortable unlearning? Are you willing to unravel indoctrination? Can we dissolve the status quo? What do you know of collectivism? Do you believe in more than yourself? Can you commit to common cause? Can you be unbound by what is? The master's tools still will not dismantle the master's house. We need new tools. To analyze is to take things apart. To imagine is to put them together. What if Why not open the door to possibility? Leave no one behind. Let us build the best city in the world. One fist, one idea, one person, one action, one need, one day at a time. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bobby. Ladies and gentlemen, our 46th mayor, Mayor Mike Johnston.
Hello. Thank you. I haven't done anything yet. Just starting. Thank you all so much for being here. Such an extraordinary celebration of this city. Would you take a minute, please, and just enjoy and revel in the incredible gifts and diversity and talents of what this city council brings as a sign of a vibrant, powerful, diverse Denver. Welcome aboard. Yes. We are honored to have several mayors here in whose footsteps I follow.
I mean,
I want to thank so much for their mentorship and friendship. Mayor Federico Pena, who is here. Mayor Wellington Webb, who is here. Mayor/Senator John Hickenlooper, who is here. And of course, Governor Polis and Congresswoman DeGette, I think Attorney General Weiser and Secretary Griswold, Treasurer Young, and all of our esteemed colleagues and friends, thank you so much for being here. And most of all, to my wife and my 3 kids and my mother, Sally Johnston, who's here. Thank you for that friendship. Okay. There are moments that mark chapters in our lives, like a climber halfway to the summit who stops at a lookout to see where we've come and where we still have to go, who we have been and who we still aspire to be. The last time a new mayor took this oath 12 years ago, we could never have imagined the path that waited ahead. Some of us over those years had to watch our mothers take their final breaths from the other side of a glass window, unable to hold their hands because the pandemic that was taking them might take all of us.
I swear to God, man.
Some of us had to see a cousin stumble
This is
slowly
like
into
the
addiction,
worst shit. Like, you can't even.
and lose his home and his
How the
job
fuck did I
and his
get it up
family,
there
and then
the other day when I
begin
had
to shudder
gone?
to wonder where he's
That was
sleeping
my
or what he's
question.
doing to survive. Some of us have waited, heart racing too fast to breathe, for a text back from a son who was inside school with an active shooter. Just please, God, text me that you're okay. We've given the last hug to a neighbor with her entire life packed into the trunk of her car as she drives out of Denver for the last time. Because no matter how many hours she worked, she couldn't afford to live in the neighborhood where she grew up. And even as we faced those struggles one day at a time, the very ground beneath us shifted. As we climbed a country founded on the belief that good people can come together and solve hard problems, saw our public discussion go from productive to combative, from optimistic to antagonistic, from hopeful to heartbroken. And those trials were tinder for the fires of division, where every unsolved problem fueled the story that these problems were unsolvable, or that we had to wait for someone else to solve them. Instead of turning to each other, we turned on each other. Instead of reaching out a hand, we pointed a finger. But today's question is not how we found ourselves here, but how we find our way out of here. Because what we know is that at our worst, we get caught in the cycle of American hurt. We face a hard challenge. We blame others. We sow division rather than building coalitions. We don't take strong action. We fail. The problem gets worse. Then the hurt gets harder. The blame gets louder. The bonds of democracy get weaker. The dreams get smaller.
It's like looking at a
But
little.
at our best, we build a cycle of American hope. We set ambitious dreams. We bring together broad coalitions. We take courageous action, and we deliver steady, small successes that every day build our trust in our neighbors and build our faith in our ability to achieve big dreams. If we can integrate one bus line in Montgomery, then maybe, just maybe, we can integrate buses and schools and businesses for an entire country. If we can open up the franchise for women in one state, then maybe we can do it in all 50 states. If we can send a rocket into space, then maybe we can send a person to the moon. With each small success, our bonds grow tighter. Our progress grows steadier. Our belief grows stronger, and our dreams grow larger. Thank you. Nowhere is that cycle of hope more evident than it is here in Denver. We dreamed a city at the base of a mountain range that once seemed uninhabitable. We survived the fire and a flood that twice devastated the city. We connected a railroad to the rest of the world. We built industries from the land and its resources. And then we reinvented ourselves over and over with new ideas, new innovations. And at each stage, big dreams matched with hard work and shared sacrifice led to historic success. Now, Denver is ready for a new dream. Our dream of Denver is that when you land at your lowest, without a job or a place to stay, shackled by addiction or struggling with mental illness, we will not judge you or abandon you. We will not give up on you. We will get you a home. We will get you help. We will get you healed. Our dream of Denver is a city that belongs to all of us. So if you serve this city as a nurse or as a teacher or a waitress or a busboy or a bus driver, you can afford to live in this city and raise a family here every single day. Our dream of Denver is a city where you feel safe in every part of our city, so you can send your kids out to play in any neighborhood at any time of day and not once worry about their safety. Our dream of Denver is refusing to abandon our city center, but instead promising to reimagine it as centers of commerce and culture, art and music, where all of us can live and work and play, to build industries that manifest the creativity of our diverse entrepreneurs, that showcase what makes us different and what makes us Denver, in spaces where all of us feel seen and safe and celebrated. Our dream of Denver is that we build things that support the people that built them. Houses that house those who built them. Hospitals that serve those who serve us. Roadways that carry home to their own home the hands that pave them. Our dream is a city that asks not only what we are building, but who we are building it for. How we're mindful always of building a city that serves those who have been left out of this city's successes for far too long. That is our dream of Denver. So today we dedicate ourselves to two essential American ideas. That every problem we face is solvable, and we are the ones to solve it. Those of us on this stage took an oath today. But for us to succeed, every Denverite must take their own oath. An oath to dream, to serve, and to deliver. To dream a Denver bold enough to include all of us. To serve our city above ourselves. And to march on shoulder to shoulder, undeterred by failure, until we deliver results. That is our oath. Democracy is the simplest belief to explain, and the hardest one to practice. At its essence, democracy is an act of love. Our instinct as people is often to reserve love for those closest to us and reserve suspicion for everyone else. But the essence of democracy is that it calls on our ability to do something that feels unnatural, to love those who are different than us, to believe in them, to work with them, to sacrifice for them, to deliver for them. That is our dream of Denver. That is our promise to our people. That is our pledge to each other. That is how we put our arms around those stuck in a cycle of hurt, and it is how we pull this city back into a cycle of hope. It is how we dream, serve, and deliver Denver as America's best city. Now, let's get to work. Thank you so much for having me.
Fucking A, man. I just got it too. Oh, man, I just broke. Fuck. It's sticking my head. Let's just give up. Just give up, Brittany. Just give up. Nope. Ow.
Thank you all so much.
Jesus,
You're joined
it's
now
like
with the spirit of grace.
if I get my crown piece up and I don't understand why it wouldn't turn over here, and then it did, and then it's like fuck, and then it just snapped on me. See, little eyeball, I see you. Thank you for viewing. I'm just I'm off camera, but I'm right here. Off camera, just try to it's my crown piece. It's like 84 degrees and it's snapping on me like it snapped like fucking 4 times already. And since I can't find my other little crown piece, I just refuse to pick up.
I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up. I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up. And I'll do it 1,000 times again. Oh, I'll rise up. I like the wave.
So
I'll
welcome to
rise up.
inauguration
In spite of the ache, I'll rise up. And I'll do
the other mayor already
it
picked up, so.
times again.
Well, he should anyway. He's there at that place. Why, I mean, just, I'm not there because I thought it was crowded. And, oh, well, we're talking to him anyways. What'd I say? Crowded, right? I can tell right now it's stupid crowded. You ready to argue? On this page. Pause right here, Kelly. Just batty right now. Let's see. Let's go over here and find out what Jess is talking about.
All we need is hope, but that we have each other, that we have each other, and we will rise, we will rise, we will rise. And
I
I'll
mean, I will
rise
feel it
up,
out, but
rise like today.
yeah,
I'll rise up,
a good
I'll
thing.
rise unafraid. I will
Really don't.
rise, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. Oh, I'll rise up, rise like the waves. I'll rise up, in spite of the age. I'll rise through the day, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. Oh, no, I won't back down. No, I won't back down. They've been dragging me through the gates again, but I won't back down.
That was amazing. Thank you, Spirit of Grace. And please welcome our benedictions by Father Joseph Dang, followed by Mayor Johnston's own pastor, Reverend Ian Cummins.
Good morning. On behalf of the Asian American community of Colorado, Denver Health, and Denver Police Department Chaplain Unit, congratulations to Mayor Mike Johnston and all of the newly elected city officials. Chúc mừng tân thị trưởng Mike Johnston và toàn thể hội đồng thành phố. Chúc mừng. Let us pray. O God of all creation, who has arranged all things accordingly with wonderful design, graciously receive our prayers. We direct our prayers to the city of Denver, that through the wisdom of our government leaders and the integrity of its citizens of this majestic Colorado, we live in peace and prosperity. We pray especially for our Mayor, Mike Johnston, City Councilwomen and Councilmen, and the newly elected officials present at this ceremony today. And for all of our state leaders, may they always seek the ways of righteousness, justice, and mercy for all. Strengthen them for today's challenges, on every thought, on every word, on every action they take. May they always act in peace and compassion for all. We pray to you to guide and protect all the first responders and those who served and protect us. We pray for the leaders of these organizations. Protect these brave men and women. Grant them your almighty protection and always keep them safe along with their families during and after their duty has concluded. We ask this in your name. Amen.
So we begin. And so we begin. Elections may be about individuals, but once they're over, the focus returns to we, the people.
Turn your phone off.
The vision that we have voted for is now ours to help realize. It is our collective service and sacrifice that will make the difference. This is an exciting and dynamic time in Denver's history. The possibilities are great, and so are the challenges. How will we respond? Will we choose the tired old paths of haves and have-nots, of left versus right, of us versus them? Or will our shared love of this city remind us of our common humanity and inspire in us a common will to build a city that is beautiful and affordable and welcoming,
tangled, family.
where all can thrive, where all can feel safe, where all can have
I
hope.
just have to give this up. I might have to.
We can,
say, fuck it.
if we do it together.
Today, and until I
We
get
can, if we find the courage to cross old lines and see with fresh eyes.
like not gonna break or
It isn't easy to do.
fall apart. Oh my
Most
God.
cities don't do it well.
I hope not.
But we know we live somewhere special. And we know that Denver possesses the talent and the wisdom and the commitment. Now is the time for people of goodwill to find each other. Now is the time to find each other, come together, and say, as a city, we choose community over commodity, neighbor over narcissism, hope over fear. And today we pray that the Holy One of many names and beyond all names will bless and guide our efforts. We pray for our new mayor, for his family, for his administration and our elected officials. May God give them the strength of conviction and the humility of spirit. May they be righteous without being self-righteous, strong-backed but not stiff-necked, proud but not prideful. And now may the grace of God let us go forth together with the courage and the conviction to love our neighbors across Denver as we love ourselves. Amen.
Well, hello, everyone. I'm State Representative Leslie Herod, and I have the honor of serving as the inaugural chair. Wasn't that an incredible program?
Yeah.
Congratulations to our mayor, Mayor Mike Johnson, and all of our elected officials who are here on stage today. We cannot wait to work with all of you as we continue to see Denver's rise into greatness. Before Brothers of Brass leads us all out into the lobby for light refreshments, I want to take a quick moment to thank Councilwoman Torres for leading our ceremony. And thank you to Bobby Lefebvre, Raquel Garcia, Spirit of Grace, and the Spirituals Project for those beautiful performances. I'd also like to thank our inaugural co-chairs, Anthony Aragon, Bobby Lefebvre, Brittany Morris-Saunders, and Lori Fisher. To our transition co-chairs who are here as well, thank you for all of your hard work this past month, and also to all of the people who serve on our amazing transition committees. And of course, all of the various city agencies and leads who made today happen. And finally, to the Denver Vibes team, we could have not done it without you. Many thanks especially to Camilo Velasca, our executive director for Denver Vibes. Thank you, Camilo. Doug Lane, we could not do this without you. And Jody Grossman and all of the DCPA staff, thank you, thank you, thank you. And now for another fun part. As a reminder, please join us tonight for Denver's first ever Denver Vibes Festival in front of Union Station. This celebration will feature so much of Denver, local artists, food trucks, and of course, incredible musicians and performers in our amazing lineup. We go from 5 until 10, make sure you have your ticket, and we can't wait to see you there. Now, we'll have Brothers of Brass take us away, and please wait until after the processional before you leave. Thank you all so much for coming.
That's it, y'all.
After this letters of bread. So thank you, Lady Tay, for streaming this. I didn't know you were even streaming it.
I told him it was fucking packed.
How are you? Nice to see you. Fine. Nice to see you.
So they had an elevator in here. That rest.
I don't know it.
Yeah, Coke Zero, regular.
Getting some refreshments, y'all. This is the refreshments right here. Oh, shit, got some more water. It is packed in here, y'all. Like literally packed.
I told you. You want to listen.
Oh, there's Diggins. Let me go holler at Diggins real quick. Excuse me. What's up, God, man?
You want to be driving the jet.
How's it going, so Doctor? Good. How you doing, Diggins?
What's up, baby? How you doing?
All right.
You still supporting me?
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Keep on doing that.
I heard that Dominic's mom is working with you now.
Who's that?
Victoria. I think her name is Victoria.
She might be.
Yeah, she said she got appointed to the work with the sheriff's office.
Okay. Well, you know how to reach me.
Yep. How you doing, Chief?
Very good, very good. I see it.
How are you too? John Bowman. Make sure you tell the free things on. You seen me today.
I know, huh? Was that you up there, yo?
Yeah. Oh, hi, Simone. We finally meet in person.
Yeah, in person.
Hey. How you doing, Pastor? Good, brother. How you doing? Good. Good to see you. You too. Hey, Cleo.
How are you doing?
That you up there protesting? Yeah, you know it. Hey, yes. B1, Pastor Davis, B1 in the house. Say hi to the people.
Hey man, what's up? What's up, everybody? B1 is in the house.
Lady Che streaming it. Say hi to her.
Who that?
Lady Che is streaming it on her platform.
Okay.
Say hi, Brandy, and good luck on your run in Aurora.
Hey, good luck, Brandy, on your round of Aurora, man. Blessings. All right, good to see you, my brother.
You too.
Live streaming?
Yep.
Remember, I'm Milo.
Hey, Marlo, good to see you, Marlo. Yes, sir. Make sure you tell them you see me. Make sure you tell the free things on you see me. Oh, it's pass. Hey, Pinfield. Hey, Sawyer. How you doing, Sawyer?
Hey, how you doing, Jesse? Good to see you.
You too. Hey.
All right.
We got some cookies, man.
I'm not even feeling Jesse right now.
And some brownies.
Let me tell you why I'm not feeling it. Listen,
hey,
this
congratulations.
Me is nothing. Like, I kept saying, look, if they're back to I don't think I'll be able to speak. I don't think I'll be able to drive to them.
What
I'm
up?
bringing the goddamn mothers. You know what I mean?
I heard that was a protest. I think it was me that set it off. All right.
Yeah, he's like, you make a big old fucking scene, right? He's like mad, he's like, you don't want to go, blah, blah, blah. And he said all kind of ugly shit, and I was just like, whatever, right? Obviously, I was like, look at the scene. It's jam-packed. It's already jam-packed. And he's like, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, look, I'm not going to be able to drive through that. I'm going to hit all kind of white people. Just hear me out. Just look, I'm not going to be able to do it. Not to mean you can't go. I'm just not going to be able to do it. You know what I mean? It's too fucking crowded in there. And it didn't even look like it was 80 accessible. Oh, so they got an elevator. Okay, but as you see, it's like a stadium. Anything can fucking happen. Right? He was at the top somewhere. I could have just fucking all the way down, right? No. No concern whatsoever about my well-being. In fact, it was the opposite. He was fucking mad. So now I'm like, whatever. I'm like, what the fuck I care for? Because I was sitting here this whole time and I said, it is fucking jam-packed in there. Simple as that. And that's why I couldn't go. Can't maneuver my little vehicle through all the fucking pink faces and then some, so we saw a couple black people in there. So fucking what? I can't maneuver through all that? That's impossible. That it's not impossible, okay? It's just there's too many people there. And it's too many people and too many possibilities for me to get nervous and hit one of the any of them. So I just was like, nah, man, no. It was all bad. It was all bad. So I was like, just because, it's so bad for one of us to be, to think ahead logically, this might not be the right scenario. Maybe one of us should stay. I'll stay back. I have to stay back, because now I'm driving a little motherfucking vehicle through there. You know what I mean? And that's a lot of motherfucking people. Everybody's elbow to ass. You know what I mean? It's not going to happen. So, I'm not feeling it. And he owes me a fucking apology. That's it. That's all I got to say. He owes me an apology.
They're still gonna close it?
In a month, 24th.
Oh, hell no.
There's no time. And Denver Housing Authority sold the property.
What?
They're offering no vouchers. They're the landlords, Denver Housing Authority.
Oh my God.
They're offering no vouchers, no
Jerry.
support.
Please tell me you got a cigarette.
Nope.
Damn.
I'm trying to quit. I've been smoking cigars.
You got a cigar?
I got a piece of one.
Let me have it.
Oh,
you
see over there.
that's that bull. Tell the people what's going on.
Oh, what's going on here?
here?
This is a house US network. They're getting ready to close down Lowway over there on Federal Boulevard, and they got nowhere to go. They're not putting them in housing, and plus they be relegated back to the streets or to the shelter. And what we are doing, we are only putting a Band-Aid instead of housing people permanently, so they can start working on themselves, so they can start healing themselves.
Just too happy to be outside.
Can we do that and change this idea?
Well, yeah, I'm pretty excited about going, but
period.
we got mad,
Sandy.
then
All
you're
right.
listening. Then I'll be
How
out
long y'all gonna be out here?
Well, I know, I think 2:30, we got to go to our meeting,
Okay.
our training rather.
Are y'all going to the party at Union Station?
Oh, you got the party at Union Station?
Yeah, at 5. From 5 to 10. People not profits. 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 People.
We are demanding that you respond, because if you don't, ready? All right.
Going back off camera, so it's pretty cool. No, you're good. Get drinks. I'm gonna take this goddamn phone. I feel like I don't know what they look like. I don't know if I even look remotely cute. I don't even feel cute. I feel like I'm about to be like, why don't you go ahead and pull it over? Try to be funny. I'm over there protesting. Goddamn right, man. Where the fucking mayor at? Why was the mayor doing it anyway?
Everyone deserves housing. I live at Lowway.
Jesse needs to go find mutual aid Monday.
Housing, safety,
Right.
a place where you can be safe, without fed, without fearing for their lives. Stay away from housing.
No more promises. We want housing. No more promises. We want housing. No more promises. We want housing. No more promises. We want housing. No more promises. We want housing.
And that's okay.
Hey, there y'all.
I saw your video and I'm like, I don't know where the hell you
Yeah.
at. I was up in the nosebleed.
I was on the second level.
Yeah, I was up in the mezzanine, but my phone don't focus that well. But yeah. Now I had to take a picture with Chantel.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I need to take a picture with her. Where's she at?
She was still in there, and then I introduced myself to Floor, and I knocked on Jelana Clark's back. Bye, outgoing.
Yeah, right? Yeah, right.
You know I'm ugly. I was at the thing on Friday at 20th.
Yeah.
I was there.
Yeah, I was online. They didn't even tell her. They didn't even tell y'all we were online.
Oh, they didn't? No, I was there when them people was like, we want the mayor. I was sitting downwind for them, but I got to talk to this attorney that works with the affordable housing. I said, first of all, stop saying that bullshit. It's called attainable, sustainable housing.
Right.
Ain't no affordable for who?
Right.
Do I have a 6-figure salary? Hell no, I don't.
No.
So don't say that shit. And one girl got up there and said it in our little group. She said, "You just said that." I said, "I know. I be out here, honey."
Yeah.
And I said, "You got 100 days of stars night. Get your ass to work."
Right.
It start. The party's over. Let's get to work.
Yeah, the party's over.
They out here. Yep. Be out here.
Make sure y'all down at Union Station at 5.
Yeah, I got a ticket for that one too. I don't know if I'm going. I'm on my way to class. I gotta be there in a half hour.
Yeah, I'm about to head home myself because I got to get ready to go clean the school bank.
No, I got my class is from noon to 2:35, and because I came in with all my crap, so they let me check it in the little room back there. We finna really see what the hell gonna get done.
I'll say hi to my lady. I think she's watching.
Yeah. Is she running for?
Bruh.
Isn't she running for council at large in the world?
Yep.
So what kind of fundraising y'all doing?
She don't want no donation. She thinks she's gonna do it with no money. I see one of the people here though.
Oh, okay.
He's dude in a blue suit. He's a city council at large right now.
Oh,
She's running against him. Is that Curtis? Is that Curtis Gardner? Yeah, I think that's Curtis Gardner in the blue suit right there.
Well, tell her if she changed her mind, you got my email. Hit me up. Because, I'm definitely down for new and better and different.
Right. You still in District 7, right?
Yeah, I'm still there for now. But we'll see how, my rent keep going up and it's getting where I can't afford it. His neighbor in my building, young lady, she only 23, she worked for CCH. I said, "Oh, really? Let's talk, babe."
I wonder if it's the same one that hit Brandy a few months ago.
She just started. She said she only been there a few weeks. Young white girl, her name is Jessica. But I'm like, good to know. Because I went there trying to do housing, and I was like, I want to stay where I'm at, but we don't have that. We have all these buildings. I'm like, no, I want to stay where I'm at.
Right.
So, they don't know what's getting ready to hit them. I'm going to be all on. They don't.
Oh, yeah.
They, I just want to see who everybody is.
That's right. House is a human right.
And I did record that little speech he gave. So, like media do, I'm going to pick it apart.
Yeah, we're going to hold you to it. I was like, oh, that sounds nice.
Yeah.
I'll wait to see that implemented.
It's all kumbaya-ish and all that. We're going to see what happens. Definitely going to see what happens. But yeah, I'll be back down and see what's going on at 5 o'clock there.
Yeah, me and my lady plan to go. She was supposed to go here, but she didn't know if it was ADA accessible.
Yeah,
hey, is that Pablo?
Oh my God.
Hey.
Yeah, Harvey got in there. It's accessible. She could have got in.
Yeah, because she was watching the news and she was like, oh, there's no room in there. I'm like, there's room.
No, because when they do
people, not profits. People, not profits. People, not profits. People, not profits. People, not profits.
These damn nonprofits.
Right.
That money is disappearing.
Yeah,
Somebody
it is.
Getting stuck up in somebody's damn pocket. So you guys need to they need to be audited.
Yeah, they do. That's what that was one of the many things I was gonna do if I became the mayor. I was gonna audit the hell out them.
Every time they city council meeting, they get 1.4, 14.
Yeah.
I'm watching that money.
Right.
If you want to know what suckers doing, you follow them damn dollars.
Follow the dollars. Follow the money. Oh, there's Kayla. Chantel must be coming out.
He's overly
She was
excited.
in there earlier because I got to see her, and I got to meet Flora. I'll find out where her number is.
Yeah, Flora should be coming out too.
She was in there. They were doing a lot of pictures inside. It's already finished, man. We about 90 already.
Yeah, I'm about to take this hoodie off. I got a blue white beater underneath here.
You better be keeping those sleeves on, or your arms gonna be burning up like that. But I'm out of here.
Okay, good seeing you. I'm about to go too, y'all.
I go too, because like he owes me an apology, big ass apology. It's good that they're doing a little protest outside of the inaugural event. Good for them. Those characters.
Dude, so. Come, Michael Sapp. What up, Sapp?
Any old VIPs want to buy some clothes? We're right down the street. Easy.
Come, Saudate.
I was grabbing my care about women. My care about trans women. I can't even guarantee them affordable housing.
They're really doing their thing out there.
I'm trying to see if I can see Chantel. I'm trying to see if I can see Chantel. I ain't seen her yet.
One guy on the street, you see people on the street suffering.
I mean, this is the super upper bourgeoisie class out here. I'm burning up. I gotta take this damn hoodie off. It's already like 90 degrees out here.
We're doing this for our children, for our grandchildren, and for ourselves, because human rights are being violated.
Look at Seth on a damn scooter. That's a boy I had gotten into it with.
We are VIPs, very important people.
Talking about I was trying to erase Native American history because I said you won't acknowledge the Black Native Americans. Housing.
For the mayor, the new mayor should have been able to address their needs. And he didn't. He hasn't.
All right, y'all, I'm about to go.
If you support women, if you support LGBTQ, if you support even the intellectual.
That's definitely time to get up. Just be leaving this shit anywhere, man. Like, it's not just women leaving this shit anywhere, man. Recipes and fucking crap.
Survivors of domestic abuse, survivors of hate crimes, survivors of hate crimes.
Wow.
Lady Che is live streaming and I'm listening to it while I'm recording this.
This poverty was just a housing authority.
This is wild out of control shit. Like, saying whatever. They get enough things. It's a hate crime. They get enough fucking benefits. Let's just focus on the main task at hand, man. Unhung shit.
They should be able to address their needs, but they're not going to address them. That's why we got to hold the Mike Johnson administration accountable for everything that he does and says. Because we seen this playbook with the other Mike. The other Mike, he didn't show up tonight at the meetings.
Are you talking to us?
He didn't engage the public. He damn sure didn't do nothing to help the unhoused. He passed the urban camping ban, which makes it illegal for you to survive on the streets of Denver. To be arrested, ticketed, or harassed, just cover yourself with a tent, a tarp, a sleeping bag, anything besides your own clothing is deemed illegal. And then look at his Mike's little ponies.
Who are you talking to, Jesse?
Please don't shoot.
What in the fuck did that lady just say?
We're peaceful people. All we're asking is for a
See?
All right, y'all, I'm out.
Well, you might as well go now because that's getting ridiculous.
Keep up the good fight, y'all.
Can somebody keep video on DPD? My thumbstick.
Oh yeah, you should probably keep watching them.
Thank you for coming out, sir. It's a
So
God-given
like,
right
it's time to go now. Move along. See, look.
Never's taking this away.
You should just say that. Look, look.
This shelter has saved lives. If you do not make more than $60,000,
Robert Chase in the
you're
house.
on the verge of being houseless. Housing is a right for all,
That's
not
right.
for the rich.
That's right.
Housing is a human right.
That's right.
Give us back our dignity. Give us back our housing. Denver housing authority is selling shelter to women and trans women. They're also displacing people of intellectual abilities that are different than yours. But that's not fair. They can't seek
That's
justice
true.
in the
That's a
streets.
statement right there.
I'm here for the intellectual. I'm here.
Yeah, I'm about to try up, bro.
I'm here for the can't
Noon.
work.
1 o'clock. Almost noon.
Support the residents of the roadway is. How many of you all have housing? Because we do.
That's right.
As you go to your homes, there are people without homes.
How many of you have houses because we don't? That's right.
You pray to your God and you worship your city council members. What about people?
Hey, they're having a party at Union Station at 5:10. Make sure y'all there. I'm about to go. All right, Jerry.
Okay, I see you.
Well, that was a funny
All right,
interview.
y'all. All right, y'all. I'm about to end the stream. Thank y'all for tuning in. Make sure y'all share the stream. Lady Che is still live, so go to her YouTube page, The Revolutionary Agenda. I'm pretty sure she's gonna have a lot to say about this, so make sure y'all check that out. Peace.
Well, I did have stuff to say about it. I'm glad it's over with now. Yeah, so the whole time I've been watching that, I was like, Jesus Christ. He can't help but protest. He can't help but protest. But in other news, let's hold on a sec. I don't know if I want to stop that right there or not. I do want to talk about Aurora City Council stuff, but not quite yet. Making my little rounds, making my little phone calls.
been pretty interesting. I talked to somebody today or yesterday. I'm sorry, Friday. It was pretty hopeful. It was pretty okay. It was alright. Like, I talked to them. I'm pretty ecstatic, actually, about what's gonna happen in the near future for things, you know, with my shit, just kind of creeping under the radar. And I have plans, but I'm not going right there. Let's see, it's this one. Do I not have a cue? What happened to my cue? Okay, here we go. Let's see. I want to kind of touch base on some other stuff, but I have to stop. I don't know if I should stop this right now or what. What I should do right now. Hold on a second. Okay, let me see. Let's go up here. Yeah, I gotta remove some stuff from my little playlist that I was doing. There's a little couple of interesting things that happened that I saw. I thought was kind of cool, and I think I put them in my queue. And we're just talk about a whole bunch of let's see. Okay, yeah. Let's move this out of the way. Nope. One second. I wonder where I put it with the other one up. All right, bet. So I'm gonna share a couple of things I saw last night that I thought were kind of interesting, and then I'm going to come out of here off screen because I'm waiting for something to happen. So let's see. Is this it? Let's see. Let me see. I think it's this one. Hold on. All right, let's start with this. Let's talk about a little bit of let's talk about Little Cornell West. CNN. Wait, yeah, let's do that.
Hey, it's Jordan with Status Quo. CNN had Cornell West on last night, and perhaps unsurprisingly, it seemed that after allowing him to give his views on poor and working people, why he was running, it seemed they quickly wanted to shift into the real reason to have him on, which was start to push him to drop out at some point. Can't make it up. Now, let's start with host Caitlin Collins bringing up Jill Stein and the whole spoiler narrative from 2016 that she somehow helped elect Donald Trump.
I'm glad you brought up Jill Stein because you know the counter argument here. Jill Stein's actually helping you with this run. And 7 years ago, when she was the Green Party candidate, Hillary Clinton's world blamed her in part for that loss. And Democrats are worried you're going to play that role this time around. So what do you say to people, to Democrats who are worried you'll tip the election for Donald Trump?
When I just say that, it's simply not true. I mean, I have great respect. I have great respect for my dear brother Ralph Nader. I have great respect for Sister Jill Stein. I have great respect for my dear brother Jamu Baraka. Meaning what? Meaning that the Democratic Party is so unsocratic as well as undemocratic. I'm still upset because it didn't treat my dear brother Bernie right twice. But they're unsocratic. Examine yourself. Examine why it is you did not speak to the issues of poor and working people, and therefore you're lost. If you'd rather lose than really change and examine yourself, then you're going to have third parties popping up all over the place because people are suffering out here. You got mass incarceration. You got ghettos and hoods and barrios and reservations. You got 60% of our fellow citizens barely making it every month. And what's the discourse? We want to win the next election and we're concerned about the spoiler. Hey, I thought you were concerned about public life. I thought you were concerned about the quality of the life of citizens. And I speak as a Christian, which is the least of these, the 25th chapter of Matthew, the orphans, the widow, the fatherless, the motherless, the marginalized, the subjugated. That's my legacy. That's the legacy that I attempt to enact in my own fallible way as a cracked vessel.
So very interesting, you know, not shocked she brought up the Jill Stein narrative, the spoiler effect. It actually isn't true, according to polls, which CNN has a research department, producers. They could look at this. Most Jill Stein voters just wouldn't have voted if they didn't vote for Jill Stein. So there's no data or evidence to indicate that those voters would have went to Hillary Clinton, but they don't want to be bothered with that. But I don't know. It seems that a natural follow-up when Cornel West is criticizing the Democratic Party for not actually giving the voters that might consider him a reason to vote for them, a natural question from Caitlin Collins. It is her first week with this show, so we'll give her a little bit of a break there. But a natural question would be, well, are there specific actions you think Joe Biden or the Democratic Party can take from now until the general election that might convince people that they care about the working class, convince people that they care about the poor, maybe persuade people to vote for Joe Biden rather than you? That would be a natural question. But I'll tell you how this works, because I worked at Fox and MSNBC. She's got a producer in her ear. Not to say she can't craft questions herself, but she's got a producer in her ear. They don't want to have a lot of airtime to talk about poverty and hoods and barrios and, you know, what's really going on in America. They want to keep up the facade of, you know, everything's dandy and it's a great economy. And just yesterday on CNN, you had a clip with a multimillionaire, William Cohen, a former, I think, vice president at JP Morgan, saying, I don't get it. The economy is doing dandy. And then you had fellow millionaire anchor John Berman saying, do people just like complaining? Are people just kind of like being unhappy? So that was on CNN's air yesterday. Let's take a listen to that.
We did get a thread question from Professor Peacock. He goes, I'd like to see you explore why people think the economy is bad when the economic data says otherwise. You saw those poll numbers. People think it's bad.
I don't have an explanation for why people think it's bad, because objectively it is good. It's hard to imagine it could be much better. It truly is. I mean, yes, inflation could be lower, but unemployment could hardly be lower. The economy, our economy is growing. Our GDP is growing. Interest rates, you know, were ratcheted up quickly beginning in March of 2021 and 2022. I would have thought, frankly, that would slow the economy down a lot faster and further than it has, which just goes to prove it takes a long time for higher interest rates to work their way into the economy. But, you know, bankruptcies are not, you know, exploding left and right. The economy is still growing. I don't know. Looks pretty good to me.
Do you think there's an element, you know, people just like being unhappy?
People like being unhappy about a lot of things in America right now, and unfortunately.
Okay, so if you're not nauseated enough, like I said, they could have asked Cornel West, what specific actions could President Biden take to convince the people considering you or third parties to vote for him? Let's see what she asked instead. And no, we're not making this up.
Yeah, so you're saying essentially you think that Democrats, well, not just Democrats, but that they have the wrong message. If you're looking at this at the election, it comes down to the wire. You're polling at say 2 or 3% in key battleground states. What do? Do you ultimately back President Biden like you did in 2020, or what would you do in that scenario, do you think?
Well, I mean, part of the challenge, my dear sister, is that, you got Trump. He's certainly a gangster, neo-fascist. He's in many ways promoting, if not promoting, that's too strong a word. But one effect of his work is to move toward a second civil war. With Biden, he's better in some ways on domestic issues, but he's leading us toward a third world war. So if we choose between the second civil war and the third world war, where are we? We're between a rock and a hard place. And that's where so many of us find ourselves, unable to really acknowledge the ways in which our system itself is just so toxic. The organized greed at the top, just hemorrhaging the best, the indifference, the levels of hatred and revenge. All I'm doing is saying is, hey, let us try another way that Fannie Lou Hamer already taught us, which is one of love and justice and community and solidarity with the least of these, and organizing and having strikes against organized greedy bosses, and then trying to somehow keep our democracy alive and dismantle the empire. See, I want to head the empire in order to dismantle it. We don't need 800 military units around the world. We don't need U.S. troops in over 100 countries. We need to be a nation among nations. We don't need to be the grand empire that every nation has to bow down to. I'm anti-empire, anti-imperialist in that sense, very much like Mark Twain and the most adorable American philosopher, William James.
So he just told you like 3 minutes ago, maybe the Democratic Party needs to look inward. Maybe the Democratic Party needs to ask itself, why are so many people looking for a third option? Why are so many poor and working class people fed up with the Democratic Party? Again, maybe she could ask, are there specific actions Biden can take from now till election day? Executive actions, pledges he will make. Let her say, if you reelect me in a Democratic House and Senate, we're going to raise the minimum wage to $20 an hour. And to hell with the parliamentarian. I am making the solemn promise now that we're going to get it done. And there's no arcane rules that are going to stop us, and no unelected parliamentarian that's going to stop us. Instead of asking that, in a nice, soft way, she asked, well, let's say, it comes down to the wire and you're at 2 to 3% in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Well, you just step aside and support Biden.
No.
Seems like she had an agenda in this interview, dare I say, with all these reports coming out about Democrats melting down, freaking out, about the threat of third-party Cornel West, and the fact that a lot of Democratic operatives and donors don't really like the pace of this Biden campaign, as in there is no campaign. He's not even talking about going out and campaigning until the fall. Very interesting that seems that they were more interested in basically having Cornel West on, exchanging pleasantries, pretending they care about why he's running, but then getting right to the point of, will you drop out and support Biden when it comes down to it? To be honest, he did not answer. I don't think he would, but he didn't answer. So, maybe we'll do a follow-up and ask him that. Lastly, they turned to Ukraine, Russia, and basically moved to try and link Cornel West as a Putin bro.
I'm glad you brought up NATO, because you tweeted earlier this week that you believe NATO is what provoked Russia into invading Ukraine. As you know, that is the argument President Putin makes, and one that the U.S. forcefully rejects. I know that you don't think the U.S. should be involved, but if you got elected, what would you accept in terms of a ceasefire in Ukraine?
Well, one, I've got my massive critiques of Putin, though. There's no doubt about it. But we're not talking about personalities here. We're talking about how the United States promised Gorbachev, towering statesman, that they would not move 1 inch toward Russia. And we end up right now 800 miles on the border of Russia. And we know how empires behave, Sister Caitlin. If Russia had missiles in Mexico and Canada, the United States government would probably blow them to smithereens, because that's how empires behave. We had the same challenge in Cuba in 1962. So what we end up with a criminal invasion And I know some of my left-wing comrades who know, oh, it's an invasion, criminal invasion, but a criminal invasion provoked by the expansion of NATO, which is an instrument of U.S. global power. And we have to be able to conceive of a world when we look at China, when we look at Russia, when we look at Ethiopia, when we look at Haiti, when we look at Brazil, we got to see precious human beings rather than these competitive nation states that are trying to devour more profits, more land, and more territory. Can we conceive of such a world? Can we pursue such a world? I think we have to. What's at stake? The destruction of the species, the destruction of the planet, the destruction of democracies as we know it.
But
so we're cutting against the grain, but always with a smile.
Practically speaking, what would you accept in Ukraine? Like what? I mean, Trump claims he could fix it in 24 hours. What would that look like for you?
Oh, what I would do, I would bring in the Chinese, the Turks, the African rulers. I would sit down with the Ukrainian leaders and say, we must stop this war, stop these war crimes, the cluster bombs on a variety of different parties, and make sure that we begin a diplomatic process for a just peace. And that just peace is going to have some serious concessions across the board. Russian troops have to leave. There's going to be debates over the territory. There's going to be some kind of concessions over the territory, but stop the killing. Why? Because the Ukrainian brothers and sisters are precious and they are bearing so much of the suffering with this proxy war between the American empire and the Russian Federation. So there's responsibility and blame across the board, but the American empire does bear a significant responsibility here, even though there's not the sole or exclusive responsibility, and it's in no way a pro-Putin. People say, oh, you must be siding with Putin. No, please. No, not at all. I'm trying to be morally consistent. I want to be a person that has some integrity and honesty and critique, self-critique and critique of others in a spirit of fallibility.
That was the best answer I've heard on this issue. Better than Marianne Williamson and better than RFK Jr., who suddenly has become anti-war after supporting Hillary Clinton 3 times. And as far as I can tell, not having a long track record of being anti-war. He does have a long track record of being pro-establishment and part of the establishment, but I digress. Notice that in the framing of her question, she said, you basically think that Russia was provoked into this, which is basically echoing President Putin. So she was trying to basically make him a pro-Putin, Russian apologist for the CNN audience, which is pretty much Democratic based, some independents, a lot of older people who are not, particularly fond of Russia because of the Cold War hysteria they came up in and brainwashing. But he's telling the truth and he's calling it what it is. 2 things could be true at once. I know nuance is not popular these days in a very polarized, tribal, digital media, cable news environment. But yeah, it wasn't a legal invasion. He's not condoning what Putin did. But at the same time, let's not pretend that Russia has not been lied to for 30 years since the fall of the Soviet Union, where they were promised, Gorbachev was promised, that NATO would not move an inch past reunified Germany, would not move towards Russia. That went out the window decades ago. And he pointed out, what would America do with missiles on its border? So he's telling the truth. There has been provocations. Russia is not completely wrong. They do have a real reason to feel threatened, to feel lied to. They do have legitimate grievances. However, that does not condone an illegal invasion. This is not really allowed. This certainly would not be allowed on MSNBC, which might as well be, Rachel Maddow might as well be the Joe McCarthy of 2020, the 2020s, and start recruiting for the Un-American Activities Committee. But this is true. So basically, in 10 minutes, in a nice, smiley way, because she's a.
Let's see what this brother has to say. Everybody's kind of
going to fall right into co-optation. But if you get a different kind of
for years, never disclose it.
Corruption, once you get in there, you get thoroughly absorbed and co-opted so quickly. It's much more difficult to do that. Glad to be in his corner. What it would be like to run for senator of New York rather than president on the Green Party. See, I'm just so disenchanted with the two parties. I'm just thoroughly convinced that they're just too tied to Wall Street. They're too tied to Pentagon. They don't really want to focus on poor working people. If I ran for a Senate in New York, that would be a possibility. But the problem is, even the Senate, is so much a site of legalized bribery and normalized corruption. Once you get in there, you get thoroughly absorbed and co-opted so quickly. It's much more difficult to do that when you go straight for the presidency. But I do hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. I'm going to have to think that through.
But Dr. West, you don't think that the presidency isn't corrupted and co-opted? I mean, we just saw Supreme Court justices take money for years, never disclose it, and from people who wanted to overthrow Roe v. Wade and affirmative action, and there's nothing we could do about it. Like, it seems that power, you know the term, absolute power corrupts. So how do you know
right about that? But the difference is, you tell me what you think here, but the difference is that when you have one person and that person is you don't have to deal with trying to coordinate with the will of 99 other senators in wielding power and shaping one's authority. See? So if as one person in the executive branch, if you already, subject to legalized bribery, then you're just gonna fall right into co-optation. But if you get a different kind of person, you get a free black man or a free black woman or a free human being who's fundamentally concerned about the interests over against Wall Street, over against the Pentagon, you're gonna have a different kind of battle.
I suspect, and walk me through this, because I'm definitely gonna get the rest of the call. So thank you, Kathy, in Kansas City, that the presidency is not a king. The president is not a king. So the president has very limited powers, right? And I feel like many of us feel like the president could just come in and do anything that the president wants to do. But it's not the case. There are so many constrictions around what so I feel like you're actually more bound as a person, activism wise, if you were to become president than you are right now as a citizen, getting arrested, going out in them streets, fighting for the justices and rights of other people. I feel like that would hem you up.
And that's a very good point, but on two fronts. One is you got executive orders. In that sense, you almost are king-like or queen-like. You don't have to worry about legislation. Look at the cluster bombs that Biden was able to do, which are crimes against humanity, war crimes. How did he do that? Executive order. He went around the law. They passed a law under Obama, there would never be cluster bombs. How you do? Well, it's a 1% versus 2.5%. I'm going to waiver this law and I'm going to do it under this law. So that executive order is a lot of power for the president. But the other one is the bully pulpit. You see that you got the press and you are helping shape the dialogue. You're going to the prisons. You're going to the hoods. You're going to the school in the hood. We're going to do something about this. We're going to have a dialogue with this homeless brother. We're going to eliminate this homelessness. This is not an afterthought. Very few presidents do that.
Tomorrow, say you get elected. How do you eliminate homelessness, Dr. West? What's the plan?
Massive abolition of poverty. We need $190 billion to make sure that everybody has access to a decent house, has access to food. Make sure your trade union movement's strong enough so you have living wages. Make sure that you have access to resources. You need massive reinvestment from military to resources for people's basic social needs. We have it. It's just that when we have wars, we get trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars for the war. We could have abolished poverty with $190 billion.
Right. I feel like most Americans are not dialed into this war thing like you are. I think a lot of us are thinking about the food, clothing, and shelter right here, the clean water that we need, the air that we need to breathe that needs to not come from Canada. And the schools that are crumbling, the infrastructure that's like we have daily things that are happening in our lives that the president absolutely should be leaning into, including the unhoused.
Absolutely. And if with all that money and resources we spend on war, on military, if that went into precisely the kind of issues that we're talking about, we'd have a different kind of society.
But again, that's not the president's purview. Even the budget doesn't fall under you.
The president lays out the budget and presents the budget to the legislative branch, presents it to Congress. I got my priorities now.
Okay.
I would have my priorities. I can tell you that right now, very much so. And we haven't got the reparations yet. We haven't got the reparations yet. Reparations
would also not fall under your purview. They haven't even. That's a congressional act. That's a congressional act to even study it.
But using the bully pulpit and saying that in the name of truth and justice, we're going to make sure that we repair this damage done to these precious black folk over these vicious years of slavery and neo-slavery and Jim Crow. Set the framework, tell the truth, and then see what the Congress going to do. Then mobilize the people to put pressure on Congress.
All right, let's take Herman in Oklahoma.
Hey, Karen, how you doing?
I'm
Dr.
great.
West, how you doing also?
How you doing, my brother? Oklahoma in the house.
Lively guy right there, but
yeah, I'm from
that
Oklahoma.
trick
So
up
first
on
off, I'm not gonna say you're not gonna win because if Trump can win, I'm sorry, y'all, anybody can win. So let's just be real with that, okay? Next.
No act. That's a congressional act to even study
it. Presents it to Congress. I got my priorities now. I would have my priorities. I can tell you that right now, very much so. And we haven't got the reparations yet. We haven't got the reparations yet. Reparations
would also not fall under your purview. They haven't even. That's a congressional act. That's a congressional act to even study it.
But using the bully pulpit and saying that in the name of truth and justice, we're going to make sure that we repair this damage done to these precious black folk over these vicious years of slavery and neo-slavery and Jim Crow. Set the framework, tell the truth, and then see what the Congress going to do. Then mobilize the people to put pressure on Congress.
All right, let's take Herman in Oklahoma.
She didn't want to hear it.
Hey, Karen, how you doing?
I'm
Dr. West, how you doing also?
Yeah, Dr.
How you doing, my brother? Oklahoma in the house.
Great.
Say what you want
I'm
about
from
him.
Oklahoma.
Say
So
what
first
you
off, I'm
want.
not gonna say you're not gonna win.
Say what you want, man. But he had at least he was thinking about reparations, and he had a thought, and at least he had he wanted to go somewhere with it. And what did he say? Apply some pressure. Look, say what you want. Say he's off the chain. Say dude. You gotta give it to Dr. West, man. He's a lively old man, but he sure was speaking the right thing. Let's one more time just for the people in the back. One more again.
The budget and presents the budget to the legislative branch, presents it to Congress. I got my priorities now. I would have my priorities. I can tell you that right now, very much so. And we haven't got the reparations yet. We haven't got the reparations yet. Reparations
would also not fall under your purview. They haven't even.
This broad right here. First of all, let me just give my commentary real quick. Coonstress already throwing up the flag on the play.
That's a congressional act. That's a congressional act to even study it.
But using the bully pulpit and saying that in the name.
First of all, the fact that you even said study, sister, is like you just way out of tune. You shouldn't even say study. There's no such thing anymore. Study what? The harms have been done. The truth is out there. Countless. I mean, just fucking turn on the computer and look at the internet for about an hour. You constantly see the truth is right there in front of your face. So the fact that this sister said study, just the word study means she's out of tune.
And with truth and justice, we're going to make sure that we repair this damage done to these precious black folk over these vicious years of slavery and neo-slavery and Jim Crow. Set the framework, tell the truth, and then see what the Congress going to do. Then mobilize the people to put pressure on Congress.
All right, let's take Herman in Oklahoma.
At least he had a plan. Whatever you want to say about it, at least he had a plan. That's probably the best line ever this week or today. At least he had a plan. She was like, no. Well, we can tell that we're not this is not new black media person that we don't follow anyway. So
at least he had a plan. He was so lively about it. Got to give him that.
Hey, Karen, how you doing?
I'm
Dr.
great.
West, how you doing? Also,
How you doing, my brother? Oklahoma now.
great. Yeah, I'm from Oklahoma. So first off, I'm not gonna say you're not gonna win because if Trump can win, I'm sorry, y'all. Anybody can win. So let's just be real with that, okay? Next thing is, my question is, how are you gonna become? What's your strategy for becoming more relatable to the American public, and so they can understand you, so that you can put yourself in a position to win?
Well, one, I make myself available by making sure that I'm in a variety of different communities. I'm on TV, on radio, and on the special Karen Hunter show with her audience. We're gonna have a kickoff in Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi. I want folks to know that that's really the starting point in so many ways. Emmett Till 68th anniversary with that precious brother who was murdered on the one hand, but whose spirit is bouncing back in a magnificent way. So you just have to make yourself available, brother. Just like a blues man or a jazz woman. You go from place to place, and club to club, and church to church, and temple to temple, and synagogue to synagogue, and mosque to mosque, on the street, on the corner, on television. Make yourself available. Try and bear witness and get your message out.
Amen. Amen.
But I was born in Oklahoma, so I just want to let you know that, though, brother. So
Were you?
Yes, I was. I was born in the same hospital as the Wilson brothers, Uncle Charlie, Moton Hospital, Tulsa, Oklahoma,
Gap Band.
Brentwood, Archer, and Pine. The Gap Band. It was our brother from Tulsa?
No, I don't think so. I don't think.
Okay.
Did he hang up? I think he hung up. Yeah, because I told him to make it quick, so they asked their question.
Absolutely.
All right, let's go to Houston, Texas. Roy, thank you for holding. Welcome to the Karen Hunter Show. You're on with Dr. Cornell West.
Yes. Two questions. One, you said you with Bernie. Bernie went for reparation. How you feel about reparation? Question number two, when you think it'd be better you run with Democrat Party, if you got good agenda, I think you'll get enough people to vote for you. If you have the right agenda. So I'm going to hang up and listen. That's the question I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, appreciate my dear brother from Houston. My mother was born in Orange, Texas, right down the road from Houston. My brother was born in Port Arthur, Texas. That one, I've already talked about reparations being a very important part of my program. It was not a part of Brother Bernie's. Again, he's my dear brother. We just had disagreements. Right now he's very much for Biden, but AOC and the others. We just have disagreements. I can still love folk when I disagree with them, but I'm just honest about my disagreement. But secondly, you see, the Democratic Party, one, of course, is having no debates in its primary whatsoever. So you're not even going to have public conversation about the issue. They've already coronated Biden. So that I would be wasting my time running for the Democratic Party. My voice would not be heard. I come from a tradition of a people whose anthem is lift every voice. Karen's voice, brother from Houston, sister's voice, Damon's voice, and so on. And I'm just thoroughly convinced that the Democratic Party at this point is not really interested in speaking to the needs of poor and working people. It's too tied to big money. It's too tied to winning the next election. And yes, when it comes to civil rights and rights for our precious gay brothers and lesbian sisters and trans and precious Black folk and others, that the Democratic Party has a better record than the Republican Party. But when it comes to issues of poverty, when it comes to issues of health care, they are slightly better, but not that much. You see, Obamacare just didn't go far enough. You still got 25 million folk who don't have health care at all. Well,
that's because Congress blocked and governors aren't releasing. There's so many governors that had funding.
They didn't fight for the public option, my dear sister.
They didn't, because it wouldn't have gone through with Mitch McConnell and them. They were blocking every single thing.
Democrats
didn't show up in the midterms. We didn't show up.
Both houses.
Yeah, and he thought erroneously that he was going to be president of the United States and that he could work and reach across the aisle, and then got his behind handed to him in the midterm. And then couldn't get anything through and was impotent for that first term after that. But that was us not showing up in the midterms, and him miscalculating. That was President Obama miscalculating that you actually were the president of the United States and not just a nuisance as a black man that they wanted to get rid of.
But part of it was they tended to punt on second down rather than fourth down. You got to push as far as you can, and then acknowledge you get all you can, because we've got to get concession. But when you
Dr. West, you think? Well, hold on, though. You think about the idealism, because we've all been raised in a nation where the president, you come in and Obama and keep the hope and all of that, and you get in and you feel like, okay, this many white people voted for me. I have to present such a way that I'm here for all of the people. And there was an idealism in that campaign that got a lot of young people voted that never voted before. You have white women voted for Obama, and for twice, not once but twice. So there was this notion that maybe the country had healed and we'd come together, and it was wrong, because when power gets threatened like that, they showed their ass. They showed us who they were, right? And so I get why. I'm totally with you. I'm a bull in a china shop. I'm going to gore and stomp on everything. But we're made a different kind of way. So, maybe now to be different. I don't know, Dr. West. Maybe now we know that they are playing for keeps.
They're playing for keeps. Well, but we've always known anytime you're a threat to the status quo, they coming at you tooth and nail. Look at COINTELPRO, the Black Panther Party, and Malcolm X and Martin Luther King Jr. and the FBI and J. Edgar Hoover coming at our Black freedom fighters. We know when we are seriously in love with truth and justice and want to pursue Black people flowering and flourishing, they're gonna come at you come at you directly, and you say, bring it on. That's who we are. Bring it on. Why? Because we come from a great people who've been in the face of all kind of adverse circumstances. And if all you can do is crush us individually, we got other folk coming too. That's our attitude, you see. That's the attitude we have to have, going back to Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass.
As a lover of Christ, as a man that has
sweet Jesus.
Yes. We live in a nation where folk call themselves evangelical Christians who think they also love Christ, right? Is there a strategy around poking that notion of what it looks like to be a follower of Christ, wrap yourself in the flag and in the Bible, and treat people less than humanely? Is there a space there? Because I'm actually thinking maybe you should run as a Republican as an evangelical, because it's just a title, right? And challenge all, because you care about justice for all and freedom and all. Like maybe there's a strategy there.
This broad is wet.
Well, the Republican Party is so tied to its own neo-fascism and its own elites as well. But I can tell you this: we got to keep in mind, my dear sister, the disciples themselves either betrayed or left Jesus after he ran those money changers out of the temple and ended up on that Christ. Thank God for Mary Magdalene, sister from the street, who showed up at the tomb. Now, if Peter himself, upon this rock shall build his church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it, if he denies Jesus 3 times, you can imagine what these right-wing vanilla Christian evangelicals are doing to the gospel. Is deodorize the gospel. They didn't turn the blood of the cross to Kool-Aid, and some of them use the cross to kill us. Ain't got nothing to do with Jesus whatsoever. Most people who follow Jesus really just want to be on Pontius Pilate's payroll. If you want to get on Pontius Pilate's payroll, then go on and line up, and don't drag Jesus into it. Pontius Pilate's the one that put him on the cross. That's what it means to follow Jesus. And that's the Jesus that I learned in Shiloh Baptist Church on the chocolate side of Sacramento, Reverend Willie P. Cook and my mama Irene and Clifton West, loving Jesus. That's the sweet Jesus I'm talking about. That's why I'm a free Black man.
All right. Let's go to Detroit, to the D. What up, though? Carolyn. Carolyn is in Detroit. Hi, welcome.
How are you?
I'm awesome.
She's like,
hello, Dr. West.
How you doing, my dear sister? Good to hear your voice.
I'm good. When I saw a picture of Jill Stein sitting at the table with Vladimir Putin and Flynn, she's with the Green Party. And I just want to know, how did you feel about that?
Now, that was about 5 or 6 years ago. She was at some kind of gathering or something.
She was running for for president.
Oh, back in
How do you feel
2016.
about that? God, man.
Yes.
Yeah,
Rules.
yeah. No, I mean, I didn't know what the dynamics were, nothing like that, but I can only speak for myself. I can't speak for Sister Jill. I can keep track of Putin and his gangster activity. I can keep track of Putin and his repression and so forth. I just speak for myself. I mean, from what I hear, from what she was saying, it was some kind of gathering they had that she was not there to lend her support or anything. She was simply there at the gathering itself, and people have probably sat around a whole lot of different tables of people. They have deep disagreements, but she would have to speak for herself. That's all. But I'm just speaking for myself right now, my dear sister.
That's right.
All right. Thank you, Carolyn. Ty in South Carolina. Last question.
Afternoon. Thanks for having me on. Hi, Dr. West.
How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well. I'm glad you're on. To me, this is your time to have your voice to potential constituents instead of being attacked or told you can't win. So I have 3 quick topics, and I'd like for you to tell future constituents, what do you do your first 2 quarters if elected president on these 3 topics? These are things in my neck of the woods that are important to me, people I talk to, my family. Number 1, you've touched on it, the proxy war with Russia. What's your stance? What do you do the first 2 quarters? Number 2, the GDP is low and stagnant. It needs to grow. What do you do the first 2 quarters to grow the GDP? And number 3, a social issue. What is your stance on trans women competing against biological women in women's sport? I'll hang up and listen.
Oh, appreciate that. Brother from John Coltrane's state, North Carolina, as I recall.
He's South Kakalaki. He's in.
Oh, is it South Carolina?
Yeah, Ty's in South Carolina.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. That's Dizzy Gillespie. Yeah, okay. That's Dizzy Gillespie state. First, the third question for me, I think it's probably best to have 3 different categories so that you make sure you have fairness in terms of competition. The biological constitution of human bodies is such that you want to make sure you treat everybody with dignity. That's very important, humanely, but you have 3 different categories. The second had to do with the first thing I would do in regard to what was that first question? No, it was about
the proxy war. The proxy war.
Oh, the proxy war. Yes. I think we have to have a ceasefire. There's got to be a stop to war and stopping the war crimes as cluster bombs are used more and more by all sides. Now, what does it mean to have a ceasefire? It means then that you bring together the leaders. As president, I would sit down with the Russians, with the Ukrainians, with the Turks, with the African leaders, and with the Chinese. Those are the ones who called for a ceasefire. Why do you want a ceasefire? You want the suffering to stop. Why? Because we're on the way to World War III. We're on the way to nuclear exchange. Biden had said there would be
no evidence for that, because I feel like there's a little bit of fear mongering, Dr. West. I want to know what the evidence is.
No, because the Russians themselves have said it. They've said explicitly responding to NATO meeting, we're on the way to World War III because our backs are against the wall, and if we have no choice, we will use nuclear weapons. They've said that explicitly.
If NATO lets Ukraine in, which doesn't seem to be happening, I don't think President Biden, I think, was very clear about not bringing Ukraine into NATO, because it would then force America into this and all the NATO alliance into this, and I don't think that's going to happen. I was watching this over the weekend. So if that's not happening, where what would be Putin's impetus to then press a button?
Well, I mean, Putin doesn't need a whole lot of different rational impetus in this regard.
Well, Putin got his own problems. He just almost got taken out by a militant mercenaries in his own. Like, he was this close to being taken out last week.
Well, that's true. It's hard to know what really was going on there, because they had that close meeting, 2 days later? They sipping tea together. So, it's hard to say. But the important point is that war has a life and logic of its own. True. And it tends to begin to overflow in such a way that nobody's in control. And when you do have a leader like Putin, and in some ways, it'd be a leader like any empire who feel their backs are against the wall, they respond accordingly. You can imagine in the United States, if Russia had missiles in Mexico and Canada pointed at the United States, what would we do? U.S. government would probably blow them to smithereens. We saw that in Cuba in 1962. Why? That's how empires behave. That's how empires behave. Don't get too close to our borders.
Hold on. We didn't go in and help. We didn't help Georgia. We didn't help. I mean, we're the reason why I feel like Ukraine happened, because we reneged on relationships earlier, and we just let China fly balloons over our. I don't feel like America. I don't feel like we want that. I don't feel like we want that as a nation. So I'm gonna push back on us.
Yeah, no, I hear what you say. I hear what you say. I'm just using Cuba 62 as an example. But that second question had to do with the
GDP, with our economy. With our economy.
Oh, that I would, because I have an abolitionist program of poverty, building on later Martin Luther King Jr. We are going to make sure that we wipe out poverty across the board with massive resources. Even Biden with the relief bill, what did he do? He cut child poverty in half. I applaud it. Now that the law expires, child poverty goes right back up again. We know how to do it. We know how to do it. It's just not a priority. That's all. And we got 60% of our fellow citizens wrestling day by day how they gonna pay their bills. And yet, 3 individuals have wealth equivalent to the bottom 50% of the whole nation. We need a massive redistribution of wealth downward. We've had a massive redistribution of wealth upward. Well, we can do that, but it has to be one in which there is a free access to education, social housing, quality housing, Medicare for all, to get big money out of the Medicare system so it's not a profit-driven operation. And we got to deal with ecological collapse, which has to do with fossil fuel industry. And this is just the beginning of a larger discussion, but it's a different priority. So Martin King said that America was living in a nation, we all live in a nation that has warped priorities. How do we get our priorities right? People, social needs over big money and profit. And I don't have the definitive answer, but I have the vision and I got the right priority. That's what I'm concerned.
Because it's not going to happen because they won't let it.
Reparations, because we started the show talking about reparations. Evanston, Illinois is the first city in our country to actually not just have a reparations plan, but they're also cutting checks. That's starting this summer. What would be your plan as the president of the United States? Because again, Congress would have to pass the law, but you can do something with what's your vision for reparations and what would it look like?
Well, priorities. Martin King said that America was living in a nation, we all live in a nation that has warped priorities. How do we get our priorities right? People, social needs over big money and profits. And I don't have the definitive answer, but I have the vision and I got the right priorities. That's what I'm
That's right.
Reparations, because we started the show talking about reparations. Evanston, Illinois is the first city in our country to actually not just have a reparations plan, but they're also cutting checks. That's starting this summer. What would be your plan as the president of the United States? Because again, Congress would have to pass the law, but you can do something with what's your vision for reparations and what would it look like?
Well, I've been part of the reparations movement, thank God, for over 45 years. The great Randall Robinson, who just passed, God bless his soul, the author of The Debt. You remember that wonderful text, The Debt? Worked with him with Trans-Africa, with Charles Ogletree and others. And what does that mean? It means that I would bring voice and pressure and power to bear for us to come to terms with the truth and justice of the plight of Black people in the history of this nation. If you're going to tell the truth about the nation, you got to tell the truth about the slavery as the foundation, the economic foundation of it, just like indigenous peoples was the land foundation of it, given the genocidal attacks against them. You got to tell the truth about Jim and Jane Crow. You got to tell the truth about redlining. You got to tell the truth about forms of discrimination in which Black people's labor, paying taxes, not getting their return on taxes, generates a certain kind of damage for upward mobility, damage for economic prosperity. Well, what kinds of responses to that damage. And that's what reparations is, the repair of the damages. So we'd have to have a serious discussion. We'd have to have movements, both outside and inside of Congress. And there would be a president who would be using his bully pit.
All right, we'll come back to that in like 1 second. Okay, let's go over here real fast. Try to make sure my incense didn't burn my table. Okay, 1 second. Let me read this because this is fascinating like a motherfucker. Let me read this to you real fast. Okay, y'all know how I get down with my reading, so let me read this real quick. Hopefully you can see it. Okay, Evanston City Council votes in favor of expanding its reparations program to repair housing discrimination. March 28th, 2023. Let's see what this is. Here, there's audio.
This is the block that I grew up on. This was my place of refuge. It was our retreat. It was our sanctuary. It was our castle. It was home.
And you didn't know this is the only place your family and families like yours could live?
I didn't know.
Robin Ruth Simmons grew up in Evanston's 5th Ward.
This is the red line map.
Just north of Chicago, where banks in the city refused to give mortgage loans to Black families until 1969.
There were specific anti-Black zoning laws and housing practices that are responsible for our racial segregation, not only our physical segregation, but our wealth gaps and homeownership gaps.
That discriminatory housing policy led Simmons, a former alderwoman, to push for reparations, which is highlighted in the documentary, The Big Payback. Senator Mitch McConnell and others oppose.
We've, tried to deal with our original sin of slavery by fighting a civil war, by passing landmark civil rights legislation.
I don't know why they would be given more status than any other group of people.
Under her guidance, in 2019, Evanston became the first city in the United States to award reparations for Black residents who qualify.
It is a $25,000 direct benefit to build wealth through home equity. Black residents that lived in Evanston during the period of harm, which was 1919 to 1969, or their direct descendants are eligible.
And on Monday, the city council approved a cash option to the program with little fanfare.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries.
Initially, funds were restricted to mortgage assistance, renovations, or down payment on a home.
I wasn't planning on buying a new home at my age, so I used it for renovations.
Ramona Burton is among 14 who have received the $25,000 grant.
I had 8 windows replaced, a new roof, a chimney.
So far, the city says it has only spent about $326,000 of the $10 million promised.
We've been here a long time.
Kimberly Holmes Ross is among 124 approved, but still waiting.
My parents weren't even showed houses in this ward in 1962. Everything was over in the 5th Ward that they were shown and allowed to buy. So we're looking to either build a whole nother house or add on to our garage.
It has taken longer than we expected. And some of those challenges have been really underestimating operationalizing the work.
From Asheville, North Carolina to Detroit, Michigan, cities across the country are trying to repair harms caused by institutional racism. In San Francisco, a reparations committee is seeking payments proposed of $5 million to every eligible Black resident.
How will they pay each resident?
I don't know. And so those are the challenges that we all have as municipalities.
Meanwhile, back here in Evanston, a spokesperson with the city tells me more than 650 applications have been submitted, but the staff is still sorting through those applications to verify eligibility.
It's like a housing grant. Let me see. Yeah, it's like former elderly to push reparations. Get first city reparations resolution, blah blah. Direct benefit to build wealth through home equity. Yeah, it's like it's not reparations friendly. It's like a pacifier, like a supplement, like a you gotta. It's like a grant. It's like a fund. It's like a grant. It's not what we're thinking. You know what I mean, or what we're talking about really, because
ability. Meanwhile, 6 people who did qualify.
I don't like it really because it's not right.
Are responsible for our racial segregation, not only our physical segregation, but our wealth gaps.
And that in no way.
And you didn't know this is the only place your family and families like yours could live.
I didn't know.
Robin Ruth Simmons grew up in Evanston's 5th Ward.
This is the red line map.
Just north of Chicago, where banks in the city refused to give mortgage loans to Black families until 1969.
There were specific anti-Black zoning laws and housing practices that are responsible for our racial segregation, not only our physical segregation, but our wealth gaps and homeownership gaps.
That discriminatory housing policy led Simmons, a former alderwoman, to push for reparations, which is highlighted in the documentary, The Big Payback. Senator Mitch McConnell and others oppose.
We've, tried to deal with our original sin of slavery by fighting a civil war, by passing landmark civil rights legislation.
I don't know why they would be given more status than any other group of people.
Under her guidance, in 2019, Evanston became the first city in the United States to award reparations for Black residents who qualify.
It is a $25,000 direct benefit to build wealth through home equity. Black residents that lived in Evanston during the period of
build wealth through home equity. So that's not even enough to buy a house, first of all. $25,000 to those who qualify to build wealth through home equity. You mean you'd have to have some reparations. And yeah, no. It's one aspect
of harm, which was 1919 to 1969. Or their direct descendants are eligible.
And on Monday, the city council approved a cash option to the program with little fanfare.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries.
Initially, funds were restricted to mortgage assistance, renovations, or down payment on a home.
I wasn't planning on buying a new home at my age, so I used it for renovations.
Ramona Burton is among 14 who have received the $25,000 grant.
I had 8 windows replaced, a new roof, a chimney.
So far, the city says it has only spent about $326,000 of the $10 million promised.
We've been here a long time.
Kimberly Holmes Ross is among 124 approved, but still waiting.
My parents weren't even showed houses in this ward in 1962. Everything was over in the 5th Ward that they were shown and allowed to buy. So we're looking to either build a whole nother house or add on to our garage.
It has taken longer than we expected. And some of those challenges have been really underestimating operationalizing the work.
From Asheville, North Carolina to Detroit, Michigan, cities across the country are trying to repair harms caused by institutional racism. In San Francisco, a reparations committee is seeking payments proposed of $5 million to every eligible Black resident.
How will they pay each resident?
I don't know. And so those are the challenges that we all have as municipalities.
Meanwhile, back here in Evanston, a spokesperson with the city tells me more than 650 applications.
Shouldn't even have to wait, but it's not right. Like it's not. I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to say it. It just doesn't feel right. You know what I mean? Rich community seeking payments proposed to $5 million. North Carolina, Detroit, because they are trying to repair harms. The report includes board feedback, the complications of city funding, distributing funds that come up across the U.S. We've had challenges, but we have solutions. Funding and repair the magnitude of the tough rule is to clear. And identify harm as prescribe a remedy. Let the understand appreciate the home rule taxes. Our most viable way to fund reparations being that they're in our purview. So this is about housing. Some grant recipients hesitate about cash offers. Yeah, so in their case, their housing, their harms were done. Their harms were done through redlining and housing, basically. And so that's a satisfying. That's why they're so that's why they're so pacified. Like they're satisfied with whatever that is. The fact that they had to wait, they're still waiting is like fucking ridiculous. Let's see what else they got over here. See what else they're talking about right here. Now that we kind of have an idea. 8 minutes. Let's see.
In 2019, Evanston, Illinois passed the first reparations law in American history. It set out to address decades of segregation and legalized housing discrimination. Economics correspondent Paul Solman recently visited the Chicago suburb to follow up on the progress of the program. It's part of our ongoing series, Race Matters.
Evanston Hospital wouldn't accept black mothers, so my father had to drive me to Cook County Hospital to be born. But as a baby, I came back to the house. My father bought the house in 1930.
88-year-old Lou Weathers' house in Evanston, Illinois, home to a longstanding black community which comprises some 16% of the city's 75,000 inhabitants, some of whom, like Donna Walker, are still bitter about the past.
I am truly waiting for 40 acres and a mule. A jackass will be fine for me, but just give me some acreage and I'll be okay.
Evanston isn't offering the acreage, but given the persistent and huge wealth and health gaps ever since slavery, it is trying to make amends with a first-of-its-kind reparations project that's spreading.
We had an official side event at the United Nations last week sharing the model, the growth that it was Evanston in 2019. And today there are over 100 localities that have taken a first step towards reparations for their community.
Former City Councilor Robin Ruse Simmons spearheaded reparations here in 2019. $10 million to be spent over 10 years, funded by taxes on newly legalized cannabis sales and by real estate transfers. So far, 16 recipients, $25,000 each.
I just figured the country would not approve nothing like that.
Lou Weathers wasn't just surprised.
Yeah. I was shocked.
Shocked.
Yeah.
Weathers used his $25,000 to reduce his son's mortgage here in Evanston.
Well, anytime you can reduce your mortgage payment is going to be lower. His bills are going to be lower. He can use the money for other things.
I had said it from the beginning that we were not going to see this money at all.
But hairdresser Donna Walker was wrong.
Some people did see it, and I'm very happy that they did. And I'm happy that the elders are able to, pay taxes on their home, fix it up.
Walker's next-door neighbor, fellow hairdresser Gigi Giles, is on the waiting list for funds that will come in future years. So you figure you will get it eventually?
Eventually, if not my grandchildren or my daughters will get it.
That's fucking crazy.
What will you do with the money?
I would fix up my home. I would do my kitchen and my 2 bathrooms.
Can you do that for 25 grand?
I'd make it work.
Initially, reparations money only counted towards housing-related projects, mortgage payments, home improvements, or a down payment. In March, Evanston City Council added the option of direct cash payments because some had felt that a restricted grant was demeaning. Recipients should be able to do what they want with the $25,000.
Most of us here can't even afford to live here.
Like Donna Walker.
If you give me something, you can't tell me how to spend it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, and it's like, you know, you have people like, well, what are they going to spend it on? Man, I'm going to buy Newports and a Cadillac. Come on, really?
Newport cigarettes, that is. Lou Weathers, though, prefers housing investment.
Anytime you have grants and stuff like that, two sides have to get something out of it. The city making people improve their property helps me because I own property. That's going to increase my value of my property.
Now, not everyone in Evanston is pro-reparations, of course.
I don't think it's a good idea. There are people who need help. The help should not be predicated on someone's race, creed, color, orientation.
A local businessman who called us later trying to take back the interview. A bit late, but as a courtesy, no name or face.
We had laws that were against the Chinese, and those were enforced from around like 1883 to 1943. So if we go by that standard, well, then we owe the Chinese recompense, we owe the Japanese even more recompense, and there comes a point where we're a flawed society. I think the thing we need to do is move forward.
Evanston Mayor Daniel Biss wasn't surprised to hear of the reluctance to say this on camera.
I do think people feel like if I come out and say reparations is a dumb idea, we should not do that, I'm just not going to make a lot of friends. I'm not going to gain a lot of support.
But reparations champion Simmons says taking a stand means ignoring the blowback, no matter how unpleasant it's been to see what she herself has received online.
It's the ghetto lottery or, you know, you monkey, you slave, and go back to Africa, that type of stuff.
But the overall reaction, at least in this liberal city, according to the liberal mayor,
it's something that we're enormously proud of. I think it's an important step. One might argue a partial step or an inadequate step, but still a really important step toward both on a factual level, reckoning with our past, but also creating the concrete equity that our community has been talking about for probably 4 or 5 generations, but has never really fully realized.
Is the pride pervasive? I asked our camera-shy businessman. So if roughly half the population are white, what proportion of those people do you think don't think this is a good idea? Think as you do.
You don't even bring it up because people are afraid to really express their thoughts. So I wouldn't be able to give you an honest answer.
At nearby Northwestern University, Professor Al Tillery is studying the response to the reparations initiative.
We've so far gotten about, close to 4,000 respondents, people writing in.
So he doesn't have results yet. But although in nationwide polling, few whites are in favor,
I don't think we're going to be at the 15% for where white people are nationally. I think we're going to be much higher than that. Will we be over 50% with our white population? I don't know.
50%
in support and so who approve. Yeah. I mean, if we found between 30 and 50% approve, I think that would be like finding the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. I mean, that nowhere else will it have been so high.
And so where does the program go from here?
So over the course of time, more revenue is going to come in both through the cannabis and also through the real estate transfer tax that'll allow more grants to be allocated. There's a long waiting list of ancestors. Behind them is a long waiting list of descendants. And behind them are a lot of other people in this community who were mistreated or whose ancestors were mistreated by the city government through policies the city government deliberately enacted. And we have a lot of work to do
just to deal with the 600 or so applicants thus far. Especially, says the mayor, in a city now so pricey, many blacks can't afford to stay, like Dwayne Logan at Gigi Giles' salon.
I'm from Evanston, but I don't currently live in Evanston now because the taxes were so high that I had to buy a house in Skokie.
Right, says Simmons, because blacks were never able to build generational wealth, which is why she was inspired to push for reparations.
I was looking at the race gaps in every area. I was looking at the loss of Black community, residents leaving almost every day because of lack of affordability, not feeling a sense of place, going to other communities where they felt more hopeful and opportunity. The Black experience in this city and in this nation has been in a state of emergency since we were kidnapped from West Africa and brought here. And so it is time to do something radically different than we've done in the past, and reparations is that answer.
About time, says Gigi Giles.
People want to see money. Money talks. And then they probably be would be happy. But, you know, it is what it is. It's a start.
And she's still living here and running the business her father started 60 years ago.
What I think is that they
For
should
the PBS NewsHour, Paul Salman in Evanston, Illinois.
wait, and they should do it right now. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's already been waiting. You know what I mean? That's fucking crazy, right? Well, let's go back to see what we were talking about over there. Little eyeball, I see you, whoever that is. Okay, that was fucking that. I don't think they should have to wait. I really don't think they should have to wait any longer than what has already been proposed. Let's get back to what he's saying real quick.
To say, if we have any claim to truth and justice, we ought to come to terms with reparations for Black people.
All right, I'm gonna let Jerome in Chicago because he has a suggestion for you as a slogan.
Absolutely.
So Chicago, Jerome, welcome to the Carolina. Yes, he is. Hi, welcome.
What's going on, Ken? Dr. West, it's a supreme honor to speak with you today. We're going to run Karen Hunter for president in 2028. I'm going to give her office. You can't refuse. But listen, Dr. West.
The lady is a straight coonstreak.
Dr. West.
Yes, my dear brother from Chi-Town, yes.
I have 3 words because I know Karen want me to be pithy. She trained me well. I got 3 words for you. And I read your book, man. I was in line reading your book. West matters for president. Double entendre.
Lord have mercy, my brother. Woo! Oh, we going out on a high note from Chicago, my brother. I can tell you that.
I'm telling you, that is one of the most.
Yes.
Lord.
So
book, man. I was in line reading your book. West.
All right, let's move along. I can't.
A dystopian housing community is on the horizon. Say hello to 1776 Gastonia, which is a 55-plus community where, as they put it, patriotism lives. Located in Gastonia, North Carolina, Brock Frankhauser and his wife Nicole Brooke founded the community mid-June. Excuse me. Now here's a little introduction for this living community.
At 1776, our goal is to bring patriotism to the front porch of housing and the communities that we develop henceforth. Further, the 1776 standards, or covenants, each 1776 homeowner makes to one another include a pledge of allegiance to the United States of America, an embrace of our nation's traditional motto, E pluribus unum, and last but not least, commitment to fly the American flag at all times.
All times. It is so funny because legally, as long as they're doing it, it is like an HOA, and as long as they're enforcing these covenants that run with the land on all these houses in the community, they actually can enforce that. That is like that sort of aesthetic zoning. They can enforce that. Not everybody lives there. But Jackson, quickly, I just have to point out that this is a 55-plus community, and almost none of the people they had in that ad were they had a bunch of kids.
Right. Everybody grandkids, everybody great step nieces or whatever. But it always cracks me up when I see this type of patriotism because it's so outdated. It's like it's not even people who are super patriotic aren't.
There are 43 lots for sale. Parcels range from $17,500 to $75,000 for land, and homes cost $410,000 and up in the city, 20 miles from Charlotte. Each 1776 community, Fankhauser plans on more. Will also donate a home with no mortgage, free of cost, to a wounded veteran through the nonprofit Building Homes for Heroes. So I'm going to stop there for a second because that would be, these are the people who hate homeless people. They don't care about providing services for homeless veterans. But honestly, if they're going to give houses to unhoused people, I mean, it's one house. So it's like, it's not that, you're not making that big of a difference. But I mean, to that one person, I guess it's a difference. I mean, for them individually, it's helpful. I'm not going to hate on that.
Yeah, no, definitely. You can't hate on the effort, but it's just interesting how people on the right can never see how systemic effort can make a change with these issues. It's not just the veterans only or only the people that I know. Like actually, not to say that we should just. And the irony of it is, I've never heard anybody on the left actually be like, we should just give people stuff for nothing. We should just give people handouts, literally. Most people I know want to work. Most people I know want to contribute. And more likely than not, unless somebody is just like has severe mental health issues, if you give them a shot, if you help them out, they're probably going to do all right. So it's just so frustrating when people can't see that.
Yeah, exactly. Let's get back and look. Patriots who will be required to fly the U.S. flag on their properties on a pole provided and maintained by the subdivision. Now, you heard in that clip, and I mentioned after the video, that they're allowed to do this by using Fankhauser defines them as a pledge of allegiance to the United States and promises among neighbors. Now, when asked how this community is going to define patriotism, Fankhauser responded obliquely that patriotism is a mountain landscape. He said, we're in a valley right now. And to the extent that I can have any impact whatsoever on bringing us from a valley towards a peak, it would give me tremendous satisfaction. Now, Fankhauser says the 1776 brand is a movement and the Gastonia project is just the beginning. I mean, you know what? I've seen conservatives spend their money on some dumbass stuff. I watched them buy Trump's NFTs where he just photoshopped himself as a cowboy, put himself on the moon.
The spaceman, right? The spaceman.
Right. So, I mean, honestly, I think people will live here.
Oh yeah, I mean, if people are in the area and it makes sense for them and they got a good place, yeah, they'll absolutely live there. And don't forget when he said, what did he say? It was like flag waving at all times. You have to always wave the flag. So it's not just a patriotic.
A Republican, actually a bunch of them, about 14 total.
Here we go, family.
They hate black folks so much that they are willing to sponsor a bill that if a state, a county, or even a municipality, if they give a penny, a Republican, actually a bunch of them, about 14 total, they hate black folks so much that they are willing to sponsor a bill that if a state, a county, or even a municipality, if they give a penny of money to black people in the guise or under the guise of reparations, it should eliminate all federal funding from ever coming to that entire state forever. Put up the picture.
Let's go back 1 second. Listen to that over again.
That if a state, a county, or even a municipality, if they give a penny of money to black people in the guise or under the guise of reparations, it should eliminate all federal funding from ever coming to that entire state forever. Put up the picture. I mean, that's some hate. Texas Republicans in the House are not simply threatening the loss of federal funding for lawmakers who support reparations for black residents. They have now introduced a bill to do just that. The 13 co-sponsored bill introduced by Brian Babin would prohibit the federal government from providing financial assistance or bailouts to states, local counties, or municipalities if they support reparation laws that are associated with descendants of slaves. Now remember, in the bill itself, it makes the distinction. We're not talking about reparations. We're only talking about reparations as it relates to descendants of slaves, but they're not racist. This is one of the most insane bills, and that's saying something in this era that you will hear. There's more. According to Babin's bill, the US government, including the Federal Reserve System and independent agencies, may not provide any loan, any grant, or other form of financial assistance to the government of any state or political subdivision thereof, or any agency or instrumentality of such a state or political subdivision that enacts into law any program providing reparations on the basis of what? Slavery. Slavery, or race, or ethnicity, national origin, or historical practices related thereto. Related to what? Slavery. That's it. Just black people. He should have just said it. We don't want Negroes getting nothing. So anything related to Negroes and money, they can't get it, or your whole state gets no money from us. As if it's their money in the first place. You realize that black people pay taxes, right? You do realize that our allies pay taxes, right?
So sick.
And that those who are adversely impacted, well, you're also deciding to adversely impact individuals that may even support you.
Mm-hmm.
It is insanity on top of insanity, as I say. But there's more. American taxpayers, according to him, should not be forced to pay for radical, race-based reparation payments to please the woke left. Babin told Fox News. My bill ensures that government entities enacting reparation laws based on race, ethnicity, national origin, or slavery cannot receive federal bailouts, Babin said. America actually likes reparations and bailouts. We've given reparations to Native Americans, not to the tune that they deserve. We've given reparations to many groups, including the Japanese and Jews. We've given bailouts to banks, car industries. But as soon as the conversation starts, and I mean conversation because the only thing we really have is a commission to study reparations. Now, we can't even get that funded. A commission to study reparations has caused a new commission of Republicans to say everybody who engages in this type of action will have the federal government oppose them.
I post this to
Isn't it ironic that the same party who once told us they are for small government, that they do not want the federal government or other big government taking over small local jurisdictions, are doing just that as it relates?
What I meant to say is that the fear is so fucking real, family, for them. That, you know, God forbid, like you know, like he said, you know what I mean? That this is just a show of fear, and they're serious. And when white people get scared, what happens? We get hurt. People get hurt. And shit doesn't happen. They're gonna take away everything from everybody just because they owe reparations. You know, and that shit is fucking crazy. That's not only crazy. That's it's tyranny. You know, it's like tyrannical behavior. It's like, if I can't have it, you can't have it type shit. You know what I mean? It's an act of war. You know, it's just another act of a war. It's another level of systemic abuse. Another you write this down as another list of harms. It's a threat. Not only is it a threat, but you know, can't really play. You know, everybody knows how Texas is and how serious their people are over there. However, they're gonna punish everybody for doing the right thing. You know what I mean? And the right thing should have been done a long motherfucking time ago. And just say that we shouldn't even be having studies, man. It's just ridiculous. But they're so fucking afraid and so scared to pay what is owed, to do right, that they got to go to that extent. That's a fucking real live it's a real life threat, and they're in hopes of black people say, oh well, we can't, just because we want this, we can't let everybody suffer. Nah. In my mind, it's like, look, they're saying that, and it doesn't really matter. They're saying that. So what? We've come this far. Keep applying pressure, and if they're gonna take it away from everybody, they're gonna take it away from their own family, right? They're gonna take everything away. keep in mind, this is still, that's all your money. That's all yours. You keep applying pressure. If that's what they want you not to continue to fight for it. They want you to back down. That way they'll be like, huh, like they feel like they got the upper hand and they can laugh. You know what I mean? Like, see, I knew that they weren't gonna go anywhere with that. They're gonna go far. But what if you keep pushing, you push them to it. You know, you apply pressure to that. I mean, you keep applying pressure until it gets done. You know what I mean? Keep fighting. Well, if you back down now, you're backing down for the all-inclusive. You're backing down for everybody that's already got what was owed to them, even what they said was owed to them, even if we didn't think it was owed to them. You allowed them to go ahead and get that, and you continue to just get fucked. You just continue to get ignored and treated like the way we've been treated. Nah, fuck that, man. Everybody can hold their own nuts for a little while. Go ahead, keep applying pressure. That's the best way to do it. I mean, they say they're gonna do it. That means they're gonna take everything away. They're gonna be hurting themselves in the long run. So stock up, make your little stockpiles, get your little monies together, start saving up, but apply pressure. That's all you can do. All you can do, and make plans for worst outcomes just in case, but that shouldn't deter you from applying pressure at all. This belongs to you, you know what I mean? And you should not stop applying pressure just because they said they're going to stop funding this and that. So fucking what? It was gonna stop anyway. Just put it in your mind like that. They were gonna take it away anyway, just like everything else. They let you have a little bit and you got it, and then they take it away, just like everything else. So keep applying pressure because this is owed. This is something that needs to happen, and you can't let up. You can't say, "Oh, I want to stop the fight so that nobody else gets hurt." No, fuck that. Everybody can hold their own nuts for a while. Let everybody hold their own nuts. They've been holding their nuts and getting everything they wanted. Everybody has their own fucking representatives. They've been getting everything they need and want for fucking decades now. All well, FBA has not gotten anything when it comes to reparations. So everyone, like you said, everybody else has gotten it. And if you sit back and you just say, "Oh, I don't want to because I don't want people to get hurt," everybody needs this, blah, 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 then all you're doing is allowing enabling the shit to continue to happen, to continue to step on your back, and continue to leapfrog over you and do the most. And they're not, even if they weren't serious, they're going to find a way to keep everything going just because Black people backed down and just said, fuck it, we don't want no one else to get hurt or anything. We want everybody to be able to receive whatever subsidies, blah, 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 blah. Nah, fuck that. Everybody can hold their own nuts. Stock up, family. Stock up. Put little monies away. Start making plans. Get your medical stuff kind of in order. Get a couple checkups. Make sure your cars are working. Start stockpiling and keep applying pressure. It's the best thing you can do right now. And make up a fucking back and forth plan just in case. You know what I mean? But if you start right now, while they're over there making this little threat, you have a little bit of something to carry you for a couple months until they can't live with themselves and they need to turn the shit back on. You see what I'm saying?
To stopping Black folk from receiving any form of reparations at all. There's more. Let's put it up. Seemingly an act of retaliation. The bill comes after Texas representative introduces a bill to commission, study, and develop reparations proposals for Black residents. Other states and cities have already taken steps toward reparations. Bill proposals, discussions of logistics and cash amounts, and some have already paid money. California has finalized a proposal for reparations for Black residents. Evanston, Illinois has already paid some money to residents with this restorative housing fund. The fund allocates $25,000 worth of housing improvements, mortgage assistance, or down payments to Black residents who lived in Evanston between 1919 and 1969. You have colleges who have engaged in very similar practices, but those colleges were built by Black folk who could not reap the benefits of their labor. Keep in mind, please, reparations is not a handout. Reparations is a debt settled, is what it should be. I want you to look at this historically. The labor that was forced should have been paid labor. Even if they labored and received a bartered agreement, it should have been compensated. But because it was not, my great, 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 great grandfather, who was enslaved in this country, died with nothing. His wife died with nothing, separated, ripped from him. If they would have been compensated, they would have had land and money to pass to that generation. That generation would have had land and money to pass to the next, and so on. Black folk are in this routine of systematic dysfunction that none of us signed up for. Cities like San Francisco and Providence, Rhode Island are considering redress for Black residents. San Francisco has discussed $5 million one-time cash payments for residents, while Providence is considering grant funding instead of direct cash payments. And because of these conversations, all of a sudden, they want to shut the entire damn government down per state who engages in such conversations and enacting policies to support reparations for Black people only. Yasmin, thoughts?
Yeah, this is my congressperson, Brian Babin. And for the record, no, I did not vote for him. Babin, he is a dentist. He's a Trump supporter. He voted to overturn the 2020 election results. He's terrible. And it makes sense that he would do something like this. But the thing about Texas politicians is that they love to do these things in the dark. They love to act secretly because they hate to deal with any kind of backlash. Babin's district doesn't represent Houston specifically, just a small part at the bottom, but it is Houston adjacent. And Houston has a major Black population, and we do have a history of slavery in and around Houston. We don't talk about it very often, but we do. The bigger problem here is that Babin isn't doing this because he's worried about, say the logistics of something like reparations. That's a conversation. That's a conversation that's worth having. That's the conversation that we are trying to have. And he's doing this because he doesn't even want that conversation to take place in the first place. And he wants to make sure that no one else can have the conversation, whether or not he's a part of it. It's really terrible.
It's insane.
Quite the
but we are here now.
Sorry about Babin. We tried to get him voted out, but it's really difficult.
Well, I think hopefully now some more energy will come to help you all in this re-election bid.
I'm sorry about Babin. Like, God damn it, dude. That's like beside the fucking point. The fact is, this shit is fucking crazy. Let's go right here. There's a whole bunch of racist shit happening, man.
My amendment has nothing to do with whether or not colored people or Black people or anybody can serve, okay? It has nothing to do with color, your skin, any of that stuff. What we want to preserve and maintain is the fact that our military does not become a social experiment.
So that was Representative Eli Crane of Arizona speaking to his amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act using the term colored people. That's right, the year 2023, and right out of Jim Crow. So he apparently said that he misspoke. He was asked for comment. He said he misspoke. But immediately after he misspoke, Representative Beatty did not let him she didn't miss a beat to interject and have what he said stricken. Take a look.
I'd like to be recognized to have the words colored people stricken from the record. I find it offensive and very inappropriate.
Can I amend my comments to people of color?
Mr. Speaker, to have the word stricken. I didn't ask for an amendment.
Is there unanimous consent to have the word stricken? Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, so ordered.
Could I get a do-over? Could I get a quick do-over? No do-overs. Okay. So right, it was stricken from the record unanimously. Kevin McCarthy actually was asked about Eli Crane's comments there, and this is what he had to say.
Speaking of Congressman Crane, what is your reaction to his remarks yesterday on the floor referring to African Americans as colored? I know he said that he misspoke, but is that acceptable?
That's not acceptable. I'll take him at his word that he misspoke. I have never heard him use that before. So you'd have to ask him about that.
I've never heard him use that word before. That was an interesting sort of like, hey, behind closed doors, he doesn't say this. So I'm pretty sure he doesn't have a racist bone in his body. But Chang JR.
It almost implies that others do. Like he's like, oh, right, him. Right. No, I haven't heard him say it. But ask me about 28 other guys. Okay. And I like
don't ask him about immigrants though, because he's got other choice words.
Yeah. I like the excuse if he misspoke. Like at first it was like, misspoke how? Like, did you mean coloring people? Because they like to color things in? What do you mean? How did you misspeak? It's not like I meant to say black and I said colored people. I like his cover up though of like, well, people of color is what I meant. Really? Because that's kind of, that's almost a respectful term. And it didn't look like you were going in that direction, okay? And so now look, I'm the last guy to say, bash people for misspeaking. So the question is, did he misspeak or did he not misspeak? Because if he misspoke, okay, it's terrible, awful, but all right, we're gonna survive, right? But no, I don't think he misspoke. I think he did it to get attention, because that's the game that's being played in Congress right now. Who's gonna say something more outrageous, more awful, more hideous to get more media attention? And then go, oh, golly gee, did I say that word? Well, I guess I must have misspoken. So, and how do I know that? Now, of course, nobody knows for 100% certainty, but listen to the other things he was saying. He was saying like this idea of diversity and inclusion. What are we doing, social experiments now? Okay, so gee, I wonder which one he meant.
Yeah, it's the thought process. So, okay, so no one really knows, but in my mind, misspeaking is when, President Obama was in office and then Osama bin Laden was around. And sometimes people would say Obama, Osama. It sounds very close to the same, obviously, right? But in this particular case, we don't fully know. Kevin McCarthy said even like, I don't know what's in his heart. So again, fine. But let's go off of the things that he's going with. He's looking to push this kinds of legislation, which again, is very discriminatory and outcasts certain people. So let's take it for that part. Sure, the misspeaking, we can show as an illustration as to why that's his thought process. But let's go and get to the meat and potatoes of what it is that he's trying to do and why he's trying to do it. Maybe if you ever hung around folks, maybe a little more diversity around you, you would know, maybe not have that issue of misspeaking and calling them colored folks instead of people of color or anything like that. So it goes back to the same thing from earlier. Maybe if you surround yourself with people or you are exposed to other people who are different than you, you'll pick up on some of the things that people say, where they come from and why you don't do or say certain things. And that leads you to be this weird thing, which is a better person, an American that actually gets along with some other folks and actually has a surrounding of Americans, this melting pot of different cultures that we continue to try and separate and make and act like it doesn't really exist. It's just the process, it's the approach, it's on purpose.
Can I just say one quick thing, Franny?
Yeah.
The whole stricken from the record thing is a tiny point, but I always find it funny. Like, we all heard it. What difference does it make if you struck it from the record? But they take it so seriously. Yeah. It is now stricken from the record. It does not exist. Except for
I say leave it in, right? To remind us of the fact that we have progressed so little that people are still saying colored people, right? I do want to get to those meat and potatoes just briefly. What was the amendment Crane was pushing? And it's exactly what we've been talking about. So it prohibits, and it passed, the Defense Department from considering race, gender, religion, political affiliations, or any other ideological concepts as the sole basis for recruitment, training, education, promotion, or retention decisions. Sure, because that existed, the sole basis. We all have heard of that. The military, this is what he says, and pay attention, was never intended to be, inclusive. Its strength is not diversity. Its strength is its standards, said Crane, who is also a combat veteran. Must have been real popular. I feel like the opposite of its strength is not its diversity is strength diversity is a weakness. And I think that that's what a lot of coded GOP language is around anti-woke stuff, which I would just openly call racist. It's racist legislation. And to say that our strength is not our diversity is another way of saying, no, we should all be the same. And we're kind of flirting with Nazism here. Like we're flirting with all sort of falling in line, being the same religion, being of the same social class. And I just want to, go to Representative Stephen Horsford, who echoed what JR just mentioned by the fact that you even said colored people, whether a mistake or not, says a lot. Take a look.
Just an hour ago on this very floor, one of the members on the other side of this body said his amendment, quote, had nothing to do whether colored people or black people can serve, unquote. Mr. Speaker, these comments show exactly why we need diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. Every day, our military grows more diverse, more and more reflecting the diversity of our nation. This amendment does nothing to address the recruitment shortfalls that our services are facing, and instead it will only make it more difficult to recruit Americans on diverse backgrounds, representing the true makeup of our nation. What are you so afraid of? Why do you keep bringing these divisive issues to the body of this floor? You are out of order. You are exhausting this debate.
What are you so afraid of, JR? I'm pretty sure you just said that. What are they so afraid of?
Yeah, so look, I want to address this diversity thing. So the Republicans have started to say this, and the first guy to say it was Tucker Carlson. And I remember thinking like, wow, he said that on TV. Like, now they're going like to the complete and extreme end of the spectrum. There's no coded words left. There's nothing left anymore. This guy's bringing colored people back, right? This crazy Eli Crane guy. So let me do a tiny bit of ode to diversity. And now by that, I mean every type of diversity. Like if you're trying to, I've put together a lot of teams, whether it's in media, politics, business, etc. And if you're not aiming for diversity of thought, you are really damning that project, whatever that project is. Because the more diversity of thought there is, the better off the team is going to be. And everybody knows this from like everyday life. Like if you watch basketball, right? What do you need? You need all shooters. There's a lot of teams that go for all shooters and they're all disasters. You know why? You need diversity. So in the old days, you used to all go for big men, right?
You really have to wonder. In fact, if we would have said
Very racist day.
3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
Oh, there's Charlie Kirk going on what I would call an incredibly, I guess, disrespectful would be the least I could say. Racist would be what I would like to say. Rant about affirmative action, given that it was struck down by the Supreme Court. Y'all already won, so I don't know why you're mad. But there we go. And specifically reacting to the fact that prominent black leaders inside of the halls of power, Michelle Obama, former First Lady, Ketanji Brown Jackson, current Supreme Court Justice, have actually spoken out about how affirmative action helped them get into Ivy League schools and get them to where they are. But no, obviously Charlie Kirk proving that white people's fifis were more important. So here he goes with clip 52 or 25 or whatever it is. Sheila Jackson Lee talking about her own experience with affirmative action.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, and particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color, but I can declare that I did not graduate on affirmative action. This is my personal story.
I hear because of action affirmative. She can't even say that. We know. It's very obvious to us that you were not smart enough to be able to get in on your own. I couldn't make it on my own, so I needed to take opportunities from someone more deserving. You know, this is how arrogant Joy Reid and Ketanji Brown Jackson and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee are. They're so narcissistic, they think this is persuasive.
Yes, spoken like a man who dropped out of junior college himself. There we go, y'all. That's that beautiful specimen. Take it away.
Okay, can I go? Here we go.
Please.
This is a big example of the complete misunderstanding of what affirmative action is for, why it was there, what it does about our previous life and our history, which of course, as we've seen much legislation, specifically in Ron DeSantis's Florida, to cover that up. Because if you actually understand the history of our country and the systemic racism that's been around since the beginning, that remains today, you'd understand why it's there. So apparently, according to them, affirmative action is only based off people who don't deserve it, aren't qualified, are too stupid, can't make it, because they're ignoring the fact that the system has held people back. So if you can't get in, but the people that are admitting people that are in hate you because of who you are, that's not being smart enough, that's being discriminated against by the people that talk like this guy, that like to say, you can't do what white people can do because you're an effing racist. Number one.
I missed this whole little section real fast.
Ivy League schools and get them to where they are. But no, obviously Charlie Kirk proving that,
Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
Oh, there's Charlie Kirk going on what I would call an incredibly, disrespectful would be the least I could say. Racist would be what I would like to say. Rant about affirmative action, given that it was struck down by the Supreme Court. Y'all already won, so I don't know why you're mad. But there we go. And specifically reacting to the fact that prominent Black leaders inside of the halls of power, Michelle Obama, former First Lady, Ketanji Brown Jackson, current Supreme Court Justice, have actually spoken out about how affirmative action helped them get into Ivy League schools and get them to where they are. But no, obviously Charlie Kirk proving that white people's fifis were more important. So here he goes with clip 52 or 25 or whatever it is. Sheila Jackson Lee talking about her own experience with affirmative action.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, and particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color, but I can declare that I did not graduate on affirmative action. This is my personal story.
I hear because of action affirmative. She can't even say that. We know. It's very obvious to us that you were not smart enough to be able to get in on your own. I couldn't make it on my own, so I needed to take opportunities from someone more deserving. You know, this is how arrogant Joy Reid and Ketanji Brown Jackson and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee are. They're so narcissistic, they think this is persuasive.
Yes, spoken like a man who dropped out of junior college himself. There we go, y'all. That's that beautiful specimen. Take it away.
Okay, can I go? Here we go.
Please.
This is a big example of the complete misunderstanding of what affirmative action is for, why it was there, what it does about our previous life and our history, which of course, as we've seen much legislation, specifically in Ron DeSantis's Florida, to cover that up. Because if you actually understand the history of our country and the systemic racism that's been around since the beginning, that remains today, you'd understand why it's there. So apparently, according to them, affirmative action is only based off people who don't deserve it, aren't qualified, are too stupid, can't make it, because they're ignoring the fact that the system has held people back. So if you can't get in, but the people that are admitting people that are in hate you because of who you are, That's not being smart enough. That's being discriminated against by the people that talk like this guy, that like to say, you can't do what white people can do because you're an effing racist. Number one. Number two, if it's taking a white person's spot, you're admitting that you've already put white people in these places before they're there. How do you know that they're qualified? How do you know they're smart enough? It doesn't matter. They're white. You said it, I didn't. If it's their spot and not someone else's, you've given it to them before you've ever met them. How do you know they're qualified? It's the same reason why you say all these black folks are unqualified, because they benefited from it. And you notice which Supreme Court justice he didn't say benefited from affirmative action, who effing did? The guy who agrees with everything that everybody on the Republican side can sort of tell him to agree with. Weird how that guy wasn't a part of the affirmative action, too stupid to make it, but he was still beneficial from it. But what he did do was pull that ladder away once he was in that position so no one else can make it. And then they go, congratulations, let's pat him on the top of the head. Good job, brother. And by the way, this last flex that he's talking about, how they're too stupid to get it, and oh my God, they don't understand it. Bro, everything you say is the most projection type of sentence that it could be put out there. But still, ironically, you're too stupid to get that part.
Yeah. So I want to say a number of different things here. First of all, when he said they don't have the mental power, I loathe this guy, dude. I almost never bring up that he didn't go to college, right? Charlie Kirk didn't, and then he was trying to influence kids in college. That's why his organization was set up in the first place. But when you're a preschool graduate, don't come and talk about these women that way, okay? Sheila Jackson Lee graduated from Yale University and then went on to law school and is incredibly accomplished. Ketanji Brown Jackson graduated magna cum laude from Harvard University and cum laude from Harvard Law School. So I'm gonna pause there. So let's say that she got in because of affirmative action. Magna cum laude at Harvard, Charlie, give it a shot, see how it turns out for you, okay? That means once she went to Harvard, she killed it. She did so much better than the other students. And it goes on and on for all of those students, but it never works in convincing the Charlie Kirks of the world, because he's a natural born racist. So he's like, oh, magna cum laude, that means she outworked everyone and was smarter than everyone at Harvard. But she's not white. You know what I'm saying? Loser, barely made it out of preschool. If you learn something, then you might understand how things work in the world. And they always do this. Barack Obama, he's the head of the Harvard Law Review. Head of the Harvard Law Review is head of the law review in any school means you're the top student. So he got in there affirmative action and then became #1. That's an argument for affirmative action, not against.
Let's move to this one right now. I can't stand to listen to Jay.
Team attacked, racially attacked, according to the narrative, according to the allegation. You have likely not heard this story. Put up the picture for mass. Moez Irfan, a Livonia man, is accused of beating up a 13-year-old child and calling him racial slurs at a recreation center earlier this month. Keep that picture up. Not only have you likely not heard of this, but the police department made a move to make sure you did not hear about it. I'm going to get into the details. According to a preliminary investigation, Irfan allegedly physically bumped into a 13-year-old child in a stairway. After the bump, he hurled racial slurs at the child and then decided to strike the child on the head multiple times. Officers tried to take Irfan into custody, but he resisted, they said. After the police subdued him, he was taken to a hospital for a psychiatric evaluation and was admitted June 16th, 2023. He was released from the hospital, arrested, and arraigned. Now, the Detroit News is not going to tell you some of the other details that came out immediately afterwards. You see, the police, when they arrived, they did not detain the adult male. They had witnesses that said this is what happened. He beat a child. They did not detain him. And the fact they did not detain him gave him enough opportunity during the course of the police investigation to run away. He only decided to flee when he realized that eventually he was going to get arrested. But he should have been at least detained upon the officer's arrival, and he was not. There's more. The minor was taken to a hospital to be treated for injuries he sustained in the attack. The teen was beaten so bad, he suffered a concussion and memory loss, was not able to finish the 7th grade because of the attack. Now, how do we even know about this? Because the police department, they have a Facebook page and a website that will basically post arrest of the week. So anybody gets arrested by the agency, they post you on their online apparatus. Well, this arrest was mysteriously not there. It had absolutely no place on their platform. Put up the picture. You're looking at Miss Delisha Upshaw, a concerned citizen, recently called out LPD for selectively posting arrest on their social media. According to Miss Upshaw, she routinely sees notices of alleged crimes perpetrated by blacks in the suburban area of Detroit City, posted on the department's Facebook, even some that are nonviolent, according to Metro Times. She submits that the police purposely withheld information about the arrest of a man who beat a 13-year-old child at a local recreation center on June 8th. She said on Facebook that after LPD was called and the child's mother arrived to the scene, the mom saw the attacker had not been handcuffed or restrained. Upshaw continued to say the attacker continued to use racial insults in front of the police, and only attempted to run after realizing he was about to be arrested. LPD did not include this arrest in their series of "Who We Arrested This Week" post, she wrote. The police posted his arrest on his Facebook platform on June 26th. Irfan, 29, was charged in the 16th District Court in Livonia with aggravated assault, ethnic intimidation, resisting a police officer, and being a habitual offender. Third offense. A judge set his bond at $50,000 and scheduled his next court appearance, a probable cause conference, for Tuesday. If convicted, he faces up to a year in prison for the assault charge, up to 2 years in prison for ethnic intimidation, and at least 2 years for resisting a police officer. What about child abuse? It's a 13-year-old kid, right? What about the aggravating circumstances around his racism, making it a bias crime or a hate crime? Habitual offender obviously applies here based on the record of the individual. But you have to think about the psychology of the officers who responded. According to everyone who's involved, no officer attempted to detain the adult male who has been accused by multiple individuals of abusing a minor. Literally, the minor has marks and visible bruises, injuries on his body, on his face. They do not detain the adult male. While talking, the officers are hearing the adult male use racial slurs against the child, and they still do not arrest the adult male. And because of their inaction, it almost led to this adult male escaping justice because he only started to run once he realized he was going to be arrested. None of this should have happened. Routinely, we have seen innocent black men in particular get handcuffed as soon as the cop arrives. And the officer will say, hey, buddy, I'm doing this for my protection and for yours. You're not under arrest. You're only being detained. Why do cops say that? Because they legally can do that for their safety. They can. The Supreme Court has upheld that. They can temporarily detain for their safety. So what does that tell you? That tells you that when there's a raging, aggressive, violent male who has attacked a child and used racial slurs and currently using racial slurs, that individual, as long as they're not black, that individual is not a threat to law enforcement. They don't need to detain that person. But if you are a peaceful person of color, if you are a peaceful black male in particular, if the police are coming, you're going to get those handcuffs.
Right? We are not the federal government. We cannot get.
Sorry about that, family. Let's see. Sorry about that. Okay. Still see you two little eyeballs. Thank you for staying with me. I'm gonna have to cut this off here right now about next 5 minutes. So the next RVA due is probably gonna be on city council stuff. Yeah. I mean, there's not really a lot going on there, you know, it could really talk about, like, especially in the world. And what is going on is mostly like I mostly just discussed it. So there's a lot of things like, well, I guess I can show you. I guess we can talk about it real quick. Hold on. I'll give you a perfect example of what I don't want to talk about, because I think that it's trash. Let me see. Let me see. Okay. See, are you sharing? Okay.
All right. And so I want to make
partners in FELC to deploy them.
It's critical response, right? So every 911 call that comes in, regardless of the 6 level calls, several of those are already shunted to response approach, which means that on those lowest acuity calls, you may no longer see a fire truck responding.
About 911, fucking EMTs.
And so the why, right? Why are we going to do this? Well, first of all, we have 17 fire stations. Think about a 80,000-pound ladder truck.
The Chief and Tina presented it fairly well. We're very excited about it. I think getting that right resource to the right patient at the right time is absolutely the way to go. There was recently a position paper from 14 different percentage of calls that are, as the Chief said, there's some prepared to execute on this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Public Safety Action Plan.
Okay. So let's go through each of the 5 points. The first one, I think, is going to include our staffing numbers. So, John, hopefully I've tapped in long enough for you, and hopefully we can pull up the packet and we can kind of go into that and answer any questions you all have in terms of our staffing.
Pay attention, Black Valley. Pay attention. This is what upset me yesterday, and I'm processing it still. So just listen to the words. There's a crime reduction plan, blah blah blah.
Specific questions in terms of the staffing we're at right now.
Net loss is about
what grid.
For depending on what time period we're talking about, John, is it 8?
And so on
year-to-date stats, we're down 10 from what we started January 1. There's 38 that we've added academies, 48 losses so far this year, and 11 just last month. So we're a little bit higher than we even were last year at this point in time. So yeah, we're still having quite the attrition volume at this
Listen
point.
to the words. I don't really know.
People retiring
Because
at a higher rate than expected,
please
is anticipated.
So usually your retirements are about half of your loss. At least our experience has been pretty close to half, and that's really where it's running right now. So as far as the splits of reasons, there's nothing that really stands out and says, oh my gosh, this is a reason that's out of norms. Our percentage splits over time are pretty much common to the percent of reasons for loss.
Can we find that they're retiring earlier than we expected them to? They want to get out? Are we doing exit interviews, or why are these people leaving?
Yeah, can we get a statement from the chief's office actually about, are you conducting exit interviews? And if you are, what are they saying?
So, I'll speak to that. So we do exit interviews, and so there's a variety of reasons. I know I met with an officer yesterday, and his reasons had to do with, he came from another agency to begin with, and he was here. He likes the department. He doesn't have any issues with the department. He did say some of our limitations were staffing, but that he one of the things he wanted to do was get a job at another specific agency, and then that came through. And so he would be willing to come back, if it didn't work out, he'd be willing to come back.
Listen.
To the Aurora Police Department. So there's, everybody has, different reasons, of course.
So that individual you met with yesterday that told you that he wanted to go try out another police department, but is willing to come back to Aurora if it doesn't work out, how do we even get there? That officers just want to go test out another department and then come back.
That's the city council lady.
Well, specifically for him, this was something that he wanted, he had been interested in, prior to coming to the Aurora Police Department. And so but the Aurora Police Department.
Like they're going too fast intentionally.
And so he wanted to, when he had the opportunity to be hired by them, he did take that opportunity. I don't know if I answered your question. I'm not sure, but
It's a niche agency, so this is not a traditional police department. We're trying not to get into the details about where he's going. But
Is this somebody that we put through the academy, or did you say he was a lateral?
15 people.
Well, so he was this particular person had been an officer with another agency prior to coming here in another state, and so he did go. If I'm not mistaken, he did go through the lateral class here with us.
So I know we've talked about in the past, and we've specifically talked about this program that we're going to start up with CCA, and that is requiring, having requirements that if we put you through an academy, there's a certain amount of time that you're not coming here and testing us out. That's not happening. So I think maybe it's time to really have those conversations.
And if I said anything to make it seem like he was just coming to test us out, I didn't. That really wasn't my intent. But rather that. He had an opportunity to come here as an agency applied with, and we hired him, and but he did have other things he was looking at. So.
Can we hear from Mark Sears, please, the union president? I would like to comment from you as to why our numbers are up higher this year than last year.
About the office.
I'll just speak the cold hard truth. The morale in this police department is the lowest that I've ever seen. And the reason for that are for numerous reasons, and that is we, first of all, lack foundation. We don't have a dedicated chief of police. Unfortunately, Chief Morris is also a interim chief, and it lacks the support for the men and women that are in the rank and file. The discipline that's coming down is not consistent. They feel that they don't have a level of support that is pushing them forward. There are decisions that are being made that are 25 years in law enforcement. I know the climate has changed. I get that.
Wait. This is my opinion. This the police whining, okay? They're whining about this shit. And they're like, oh, morale, blah, blah, blah. The climate's changed, blah, blah, blah. There's morale's low. They don't feel like they have, anybody has their back, blah, blah, blah. Whose fault is it? But it doesn't matter. When they kicked out that woman chief, it was all hands on deck, and it was like the man show. They didn't give a fuck about that lady at all. In fact, they made it very, very, very clear, even to the public, that you know, they run the show. So now they're in their feelings. This is just a show, as they got the biggest budget.
And the reason for that are for numerous reasons, and that is we, first of all, lack foundation. We don't have a dedicated chief of police. Unfortunately, Chief Morris is also a interim chief, and it lacks the support for the men and women that are in the rank and file. The discipline that's coming down is not consistent. They feel that they don't have a level of support that is pushing them forward. There are decisions that are being made that are 25 years in law enforcement. I know the climate has changed. I get that. But the fact of the matter is that when officers are held,
You hear the tone in his voice, the fact, that means he's angry. Like,
accountable, the punishment should fit the crime, and it's not doing that.
Ooh, look. Listen, family.
Dedicated chief of police. Unfortunately, Chief Morris is also a interim chief, and it lacks the support for the men and women that are in the rank and file. The discipline that's coming down is not consistent. They feel that they don't have a level of support that is pushing them forward. There are decisions that are being made that are 25 years in law enforcement. I know the climate has changed. I get that. But the fact of the matter is that when officers are held accountable, the punishment should fit the crime, and it's not doing that. No
Keep in mind, he said the punishment should fit the crime.
Respect to people in this room, but I lack confidence when I have accused members that are sustained, and then they end up receiving some ridiculous punishment that terminates them, and they're scared. Police officers will run to gunfire, which makes us a little bit weird, right? We run towards gunfire. And we don't get afraid when we do that. But those officers and the officers that we currently have in this police department are petrified of making a decision because they're afraid.
Well, yeah, because they're getting punished now. They weren't getting punished before. Now they're getting punished. They're going to jail. They've done bad shit. They're going to jail. They're getting punished. And this motherfucker just said, "Oh, you know, the punishment's ridiculous, and they're getting terminated." Goddamn right, you should be worried about your goddamn job.
You know, what is going to happen to them that affects their lives and takes them away. That's the cold hard truth. That's exactly what it is.
It affects your life, but when you do fucked up shit, fucked up shit happens, and you get reprimanded. And if you're gonna get terminated, you're getting terminated. You didn't care when you did it, so why should you care now?
Very tuned in to the men and women in this police department, more so than anybody. And the morale has just sunk so bad because they're so scared to take action, where I see them hesitating when we're enforced.
What action were they trying to take? Some more fucking racist, fucking abusive shit? Because that's what they were getting away with all those years. Everywhere, inside the jail, outside, everywhere, even on the streets right in front of my fucking house. So what are they talking about?
Review boards, which could get them killed and not be able to go home to their families. That's the truth.
Some of that have to do with state legislative.
Well, it's state legislation to a point, but what we have done over the time that legislation has been established has been able to adapt training that allows us to fulfill what the state requires and still keep us safe. But when we have a command level that doesn't support that, where they formulate their own opinion on what they think is best, it actually puts us in a bad position, and it jeopardizes our safety. And I know that it might not think that way from our command, but it is. And there has been a survey that
in every city, what I noticed in this last mayoral campaign with Jesse, the police run the city. Not the council, not the mayor, not the governor. The police do. The police do. So if things don't go the way they want, they throw this little tangent of a fit to get their fucking way. The police run the city. That's why they got all the money. Then what's underneath the police? Then you got the school districts. All of that shit is a reality. They run the city.
That most of you know that states how much the rank and file had the lack of confidence within the command, but nothing has changed. It's the same. It stays static. And then it just starts getting worse when we start talking about this. And I'm not talking about discipline when I say, okay, you really screwed up, and they fall on their sword and they admit it. They're not getting a day off. They're not getting 2 days off. They're getting weeks at a time if not being terminated.
So
And it drastically affects them moving forward if they want to go to a different department. They don't have the ability to.
You shouldn't be able to go to a different department when you commit a fucking atrocity. You should not be able to fucking guard a 7-Eleven. You should be lucky if you even fucking go to work at a fast food joint. That's what happens when you're given this fucking opportunity to protect the fucking community and you do something fucking atrocious, or you're complicit in it, or you enabled it, or you fucking sat there and watched it happen. You shouldn't get to serve. You shouldn't get just a 2-week fucking what do you call it? God, I'm thinking about school. Like where you get 2 weeks off and but you really didn't have 2 weeks off. You just floated around to a different section of the fucking building. And nobody knows where you are, but the public don't know where you are, but everybody else knows you're over there. You know what I mean? You didn't really get any time off. You're not getting really disciplined. You didn't come out your shield, your badge, or your uniform. So you're upset. Why? Because you fucked up and now your family has to fucking suffer. I bet that's what other people think about. When you do some fucking atrocious shit, their family suffers. Everybody suffers. You just don't want to have that accountability.
To do that is exactly what has happened. We can sugarcoat this as much as we want.
Listen to all the anger and fucking animosity in his voice. He's like so upset.
But I'm telling you what the reality is and the cold hard truth.
My question is this the same type of leadership that we saw in 2020 and 2020?
That councilwoman, again, the one I say the blonde-haired one, needs to come out of office because she's just listen to what she says, Shirley.
21 and a part of 2022 as far as discipline and what's happening to officers?
Yes and no. I mean, every leadership that we have has their thought processes and what they do, but it's gotten back to 3.5 years ago, or for the past 3.5 years, we've been getting our butts kicked by everybody in the community, by whether it's city management, whether it's
look, the people in the community has just been telling the truth for decades, dude, decades. This is the most racist, fucking abusive, detrimental fucking police department in between here and Denver. Denver's right behind it. Everything, I mean, don't believe me, do your research. There's countless videos and newspaper articles in regards to the level of abuse, murder, wrongful shootings, et cetera, just of Arapahoe County. It's nothing new. It's been going on. The profiling, the harassment, the abuse inside, outside. Pull you over for no motherfucking reason. Dude, I was just outside the other day, just sitting there, just chopping it up on the corner. And I was drinking a soda. They profiled me and they drove around like fucking real slow, like 4 times for no goddamn reason. Didn't even stop. Just slow dragged and mugged me. And I was like, well, I guess it's very clear now, that I decided to run. It wasn't as bad. I mean, if it wasn't bad when Jesse was running for mayor, it's equally upsetting, or equally upsetting them. To me, it's quite fucking amusing, but because I see them, and I'm like, what? You know what I mean? If I rolled past you and I called you trash while you're in your car because you're fucking harassing homeless people, or you're sweating fucking nobody, or anyone coming out the alley, all of a sudden you beam your lights and chase them down the street for no goddamn reason. Yeah, you're trash.
Command staff, we're under microscopes constantly.
Not to mention how many times I've been locked up and I've seen all kinds of fucking disastrous shit, serious ugly shit. It's serious shit where motherfuckers just came up missing. You know what I mean? Or didn't they weren't with us. And trust me, it takes 3 days to go through fucking booking in Arapahoe County.
So it is very similar to the way that is, and there just hasn't been any light at the end of the tunnel for
So I guess that I would like to say that I asked a lot of the questions that I did because it's no secret that I talked to a lot of police officers and a lot of police officers talk to me. And the reason for the leadership
like this brought us major
change in this city was because we had a chief who was only focused on rebuilding our image with the community.
Well, yeah, because the motherfuckers were killing people religiously.
And forgot about the officers within our community.
I don't think anybody forgot about them. We just prayed that they weren't going to fucking do anything bad. But yeah, no, nobody forgot about them. How could you forget about them? They're throwing fucking women and children on the hot concrete.
If police officers are continuing to be over-disciplined,
listen,
if this is what is happening, if morale is at a lower place or as low as it was in 2020, 2021, or the beginning of 2022, that is a major problem for me. Major. If that is truly what is happening, and I believe it is, from everything I've heard and from all.
She just took his word for it, man. Like she just took his word. This broad. Oh my God.
Change in this city.
Listen.
Was because we had a chief who was only focused on rebuilding our image with the community and forgot about the officers within our community. If police officers are continuing to be over-disciplined, if this is what is happening, if morale is at a lower place or as low as it was in 2020, 2021, or the beginning of 2022, that is a major problem for me. Major.
Why? Why is it a major problem for her?
If that is truly what is happening.
She has an agenda. That's why.
And I believe it is. From everything I've heard. And
she just took his word for it. She didn't do her own research. She just took his angry little words for it. Okay? Like she just full on believed. Like you might want to question that later.
You know, all the conversations that I have. If you are not as committed to rebuilding our image with the community as you are to rebuilding the trust within the department, I don't care who it is in the chief's office, you can get the fuck out.
Okay, so that's the city council lady family saying that, right? The fact is that the community, first of all, the community has trusted fucking APD in like fucking 30, 40 years, at least as long as I've been alive. Okay. And I can at least speak for 37 years. I haven't fucking trusted them. So that's a lot of trust building right there. And she's worried about morale and people quitting. Well, yeah. But the lady that was there, yeah, she was trying to rebuild the trust, this and that, and inside and out. She's trying to rebuild the basically what an ugly, very fucking ugly and negative fucking truthful view of the APD. Okay, and what did they do? They pushed her out. Them good old boys pushed her out. Okay, and everybody knows how fucking atrocious APD is. And when they want something to fucking come up missing or disappear, they fucking find their ways. I can speak to it. So, I'm saying, but this lady, like, listen to how she just said that, like,
within our community. If police officers are continuing to be over-disciplined, if this is what is happening, if morale is at a lower place or as low as it was in 2020, 2021, or the beginning of 2022, that is a major problem for me.
Because she has an agenda.
If that is truly what is happening, and I believe it is, from everything I've heard and from all the conversations that I have, if you are not as committed to rebuilding our image with the community as you are to rebuilding the trust within the department, I don't care who it is in the chief's office, you can get the fuck out. And that's where I'm at.
I guess it's a hot mic moment. I'd like, drop the mic.
Item 2 on the item is crime stats.
Look,
You've got the numbers in there. Any questions on item 2, crime stats?
Like nobody has anything to say. It's his fault.
There was somebody, since we talked about it last time, downward.
I think she feels so tough because you got a little.
We've seen year to date, we're still continuing to see things trend down. The last 4-week period, we did see an uptick in non-fatal shootings and robberies and in motor vehicle theft. So that 4-week period, we had an uptick on those. Year to date, we're still continuing to see things trend down. So look over at the chief's office. Anything else to add, Chad?
See what happened?
No.
See what happened? Okay, so they gotta give somebody a fucking high five, kudo. And the process of hiring to fill up positions. Of the 41 abatements, 95 people are part of those respective camps. 15 people went to pellets in June. No one accepted shelter at Comidas because there really isn't any shelter at Comidas. It's like a fucking lottery or day thing. So don't believe the hype, family. Don't believe the hype. Okay, so 95 people, right? So in 41 abatements, like one a week or some shit like that, right? Something like that. It's like 1 to 3 a week, depending on how they do it, right? Only 15 people they managed to put in a pellet house out of 95 since what is it, June, right? Notifications received. They received 245 abatements conducted since June. 41. Some of them were under the bridge. That's 10 under the bridge. Okay. See what I'm saying?
Councilmember, I just want to let you know that really the only thing year to date that we're up at right now is burglaries, and specifically that was commercial burglaries. It was a pattern we had at the beginning of the year that really affected our numbers, but we're still seeing a downward trend year to date. Motor vehicle theft still flows. We're working through how we're going to prosecute those, whether municipally or into the county court with the new state legislation that all motor vehicle theft is a felony. So we'll see how that even helps, try to trend that down as well.
That number's a lie. So what 3?
So 3 is our youth violence program. So any update on youth violence?
A week? Are they fucking kidding me?
Thank you, Jason.
That's a
Just a few updates, council. Obviously, our NOFO was approved, so we have already begun work on that. Contracts are getting signed, and we're already receiving some data collection, which is great. So I would say next month and then kind of moving forward, we'll have some better data to show in terms of not just youth being served, but specifics around demographics for those youth, additional resources that are either needed or being provided, and have a little bit more of that quantitative data for you moving forward now that we have those cruising right along. Aurora Save.
All right, yeah, okay. So now you see that there's like, that's what I want to talk about. I don't want to really talk about it. I mean, there's nothing to talk about. Touch shit. It's utter shit. There's really nothing to talk about right there. But yeah, if I had my way, that broad has to come out the office. First of all, who talks like that? Like in front of all those people on camera. Like, she knows she's on camera. You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing. Like, I'm over here talking shit. You know what I mean? I'm talking shit. I'm doing my own thing. This is my motherfucking platform. I mean, tell me anything, okay? I do whatever the fuck I want over here on this side of the fucking playing field. But where's the decorum? She felt emboldened. That was I can do whatever I want type of shit. You know what I mean? She got to come out the office. So that right there. And the fact that you won't even go do your own research, you just took that dude's word for it. I wouldn't have took anything he said seriously, only for the simple fact that he came off angry and full of vitriol and hate. Okay, animosity. He's like, what? It's like he couldn't fathom that the community was so upset. You know what I mean? And that everybody's getting punished and they're so unrealistic with it. You know, like he just couldn't fathom. And morale is down. Well, why do you think that is? Like, it's fucking common sense. It's common sense. I mean, it's not a real big. It's not a fucking like, it's common sense. And all the numbers I don't think are right, especially when it comes to murder and fucking shootings, especially over here during the summer. That's definitely fucking false. I mean, we just listen to my Ellie and fucking go back like 6 months. You know what I mean? It's fucking crazy. It's a lie. And just the way that Broad interacted, how can you expect anything to get done correctly? Right? She didn't, she's not doing any research really. She's sitting there with two other people that don't speak. No one's really doing any of the work. I mean, just that alone, just that little segment that I showed you was highly unproductive, unconstructive, very fucking detrimental. And I wouldn't listen to nothing anybody said. Like, I wouldn't listen to nothing that dude would say, because that dude was speaking from like, you're not concerned about your comrades. You must have gotten in trouble. You know what I mean? You're not worried about it. What are you worried about? That your best buddy who did something bad isn't going to come to work for 2 weeks? Because, you know, Aurora's been known to just give slaps on the wrist and just move him around somewhere else. You know what I mean? Right? So, you know, what are they really worried about? And this broad's got her hand all up in the police's shit. You know what I mean? Say all kinds of ugly, mean things about this broad. However, it's just from perception. The perception is she's just as out of control as the police are. You know, and somebody's funding all of that. So, and you could thank us. Where, you know, the taxpayers are funding all of that. So the taxpayers are funding all that bad behavior. There's no accountability right there. She just basically blamed, basically by believing him, saying that that anybody making any kind of decisions that are better than what they wanted is wrong. You know, they wanted to basically want to do their own thing, basically, and that's what it is. Police control everything, man. If no one don't believe it, I don't want to say don't believe it. I would say I watched it from the mayoral campaign level when I saw Justin run, and I saw just how the police control everything. That's why they get away with all this madness. You know what I mean? And nobody can say anything to them. Nobody does anything. Like, you haven't seen anybody try to punish the police for real. You know what I mean? Occasional suing here, occasional motherfucker going to jail here and there. You know what I mean? That's it. This is because you gotta, you know, show. But you haven't seen anybody really, really get at him and punish him. Like, for real, punish him. Just the casual here and there doesn't really do anything. It's kind of like those people will be forgotten like next month. So you haven't really seen it. It hasn't been consistent, and they fucked up. They've been fucking up. With the police, like just like the other week with the chief asking if, you know, somebody committed an infraction, if they wait 5 years, can it be marked off like it never happened? Fuck no. No. You did it. No, you shouldn't be able to go to another jurisdiction. No, you shouldn't be able to go fucking do the same fucking abusive fucking tactics and behaviors in another fucking place. No. It stops right where it's at. Simple as that. You're not gonna learn if you picked up this is the culture. You're not gonna be retrained. It's not gonna be. You're not gonna learn anything different. You're not gonna stop, because this is who you were before you became a fucking officer. This is who you are as an officer. You see what I'm saying? So no, the church redo the culture, please. No. So no, it's not gonna be wiped off in 5 years. Like, and he tried to slip it under there. He just tried to slip it through city council like it was, like, you know, no big deal. And I was like, nope, wrong answer. And they're like, I don't see why not. What the fuck you mean you don't see why not? Danger. 5 years ago. Danger. Or we're just gonna say, okay, fuck it. He can go somewhere else. So then when he commits something else even further wrong, or something even worse because, you know, God forbid they were scared or some shit, right? That's gonna come up. Oh, well, you know, you served some time in rural Colorado and you did this then, but we still hired you. No. You gotta be unhireable. You fucked up. You fucked up. You're not allowed to fucking protect anything. You'd be lucky if you protect your own house. See what I'm saying? Why? Because you can't be trusted. You can't be trusted. You can't be trusted to be. You can't be trusted to be a person of fucking integrity. You can't be trusted not to be some racist, scary ass person who's just so trigger happy you must shoot somebody or abuse them or throw them around or fucking whatever. You know, be aggressive, extra aggressive, super on some power trip. You can't be trusted. You're not trustworthy to control yourself. Sorry, there's no such thing as a bad day, especially when it comes to certain things. It's an act of fucking terrorism and world war. Suppose that World War, family. Act of terrorism. So you let one act of terrorism slide, they continuously keep doing it. And that's what happened. That's what dude was like, you know, the punishment don't fit the crime. Does it? Does it not? Who knows? Maybe you're right. Maybe you need to spend time in the box. Maybe you need to see it a different way. Because, you know, it's okay for them to inflict all sorts of what they consider justice on everybody else, but they can't take it. They can't accept when they're fucking wrong or they've done something bad. They can't be punished. They can't be told. They can't be reprimanded. That's typical with them. Just like I said a few months ago when I got hit. They have no face, no feelings about anything. You can't tell them nothing. You can't reprimand them. You can't discipline them. You know what I mean? They don't cry. It's a reality. It's a real fucking reality. If they'll have everything to say when you're the one that's on the other end. You know what I mean? They'll have every reason to go ahead and take away everything, destroy your whole fucking life, right? Lock you up, throw away the key, destroy your family, you know what I mean? Badmouth you, belittle you in public, say, you know, throw up whatever kind of criminal past you had or whatever just to suit the media purposes. You know what I mean? But when it comes to them, oh, God forbid, they can't take not even 1 week because the morale will just go down. Just like that. It's a new day, man. It's a new day in the West. Motherfuckers actually want tangible fucking justice. They don't give a damn how they feel. They didn't give a damn when they did it. You know what I mean? They're active fucking terroristic fucking shit, dude. They've been doing it for decades. At least as long as I've fucking known. And that's good fucking 30, 37, 36 years of fucking terrorism that I've seen with my own goddamn eyes. So it's not made up. I've seen it with my own eyes. I don't even have to lie about it. In and out, I've seen it with my own eyes. It's real. It's a real fucking fact. So no. They don't know whether they're going to get fired or not. Good. You should be in fear. You should live in fear. Maybe you shouldn't do the shit you do. You know? And then go and fucking cry at city council and talk about life's unfair. I think I might lose my job. I'm going to lose my family. And Jim won't be able to go to work because he was with me. And he's going to lose his house. Fuck them. Fuck them both, man. They shouldn't have did it. One shouldn't have been watching the other. The other shouldn't have been complacent. They shouldn't have done it. Period. They probably lied and fucking sooner or later it'll come up. Because they're always watching. Somebody's always watching. You know what I mean? Anyway. I'm going all day about how we can punish the police. But for another day. Probably be back later. I don't know. I have lots to say. But that's what I'm tasked with, family. As far as like city council, you know what they're talking about. That right there didn't make me happy. Did not make me happy. What made me happy was thinking about punishing them more. As I said, the punishment doesn't fit the crime. So what does that mean? Like in my mind, does that mean like an eye for an eye? So if you kill somebody, does that mean you gotta go too? What does that mean? Does that mean that if, you know, yeah, what does that mean? It doesn't, like, we could be creative here. Let's be creative. Either way, you know, they need to be taxed. They need to be, you know, there's a lot of things that need to happen. You start affecting paychecks, man. I bet they won't be doing that. Take away their jobs. I bet they won't be doing that. You know what I mean? Tax them, tax everybody. Fuck it, why not? Apparently, since we need all that. There's a lot of misappropriating of funds going on. I can just feel it. You know, where's the auditing? Where's the real auditing? Where's those reports? Like, what's really going on? You know, like so many questions, not enough answers, because they just skip around it. And as I'd have to say, like, Aurora's been gliding under the radar, like I'm trying to glide under the radar with my fucking campaign, except they're actually been doing it. So, you know, you could tell, you could feel it. You could feel something isn't right. A lot of things aren't right. And that lady, for one, definitely not right. She just talks like that. She's like, she didn't even do no research. She just went off of whatever that white man said, she believed it. She's trash. That's just trash. Yeah, so stay tuned. I guess I'm start getting ready to go do something. I'm supposed to be Jesse later. We'll see. But I'll be back with some more of the RVA. And the next one, we're going to actually talk about my run. I've really been wanting to, because kind of gliding under the radar. You know, I don't want to put too much out there, because God forbid I scare the little white lady that I don't want to try to replace. She got to come off the seat. Her and like all of them really got to come out. Like, they had their time in the sun. That's what I like to say. They had their time in the sun. They didn't do anything. And they sure as hell aren't specifically doing anything for anybody, especially us. So stay tuned. My shit's about to go live here in the next couple of days. And I got a full Black agenda. You're welcome. And we also got stuff that the city of Aurora desperately need to have done and fixed immediately. And I have plans to do it, and I have thought about it. I have methods and at least 5 different courses of action. However, I'm not going to give that all to them, because I don't like thieving individuals. And just because it's Aurora does not mean that people don't steal your intellectual property wherever you go. So, you know, it is a real thing, especially when they see you come in and they see that they think that they're gonna have their their little racist ways. I've already seen the detriment they've done to a couple people. And if you're not with their program, you know, they'll find a way to dismantle you. I saw this do this with another brother. You know what I mean? I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit at all. And with me, it's a little different, because right, that's how I feel. You know what I mean? Like, this is what I do. This is what we do. This is what we do. That's all we do every day is fight racism, white supremacy. All day long. It's almost a joy. It's almost become a little fun game. So if they really want to, they can. They can go all day long. All day. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, nothing is going to be said that hasn't been already said, and nothing's going to be done that hasn't already been done. The only thing is that they've had plenty of time to provide actual fucking tangibles to the city, to do certain things for the city, to help the people in the city. Okay, just off of that, then they haven't done that. You know what I mean? They haven't done a lot of things, and they specifically haven't done anything for FBA. So stay tuned. And quote Professor Black Truth, Black empowerment starts with you. Yeah, so stay tuned. I'll go ahead and close this out. I need to go find something to eat. I feel like I'm about to fall out, and I still gotta go somewhere. 97 degrees in Denver. Mm-hmm. All right, peace. Stay black, stay dangerous. Try to stay inside. Drink lots of water. Okay, I don't know what's going on over here. Yeah, I'll probably be back later on. It's Monday, so probably be back later on. Not tomorrow. Shabaka's Black Experience comes on at 7, I think. Let's see. Yeah. Throw that up there real quick. Frontline Black News is on Saturdays. Shabaka's on fucking Tuesdays, and again on Fridays in the morning. So, look out for all of that. Stay tapped in. It's about to get real, realer than real.